Honk. What's going on, everybody? Welcome, Evernauts. Welcome, everybody, to a Friday night stream. We have a little bit of a different introduction music. Don't worry, you will get your Esper Genesis intro music. Fear not. But you have a little bit of a different thing today, and the reason that we have a little bit of a different thing today is we have a very special announcement with a very special guest. And so I'm going to pop myself on there and say hello to everybody. Welcome. If you are new to the channel, welcome. I hope you'll consider sticking around. We do a lot of tabletop over here. I am your host, Arvin Elleron, and this is the channel that focuses on story and narrative in games and increasingly other fiction as well. And you can get a lot of different tabletop stuff, including what you're going to see later on today with my space opera game, Esper Genesis, sponsored by Alligator Alley Entertainment. But we do have an announcement that we're going to make first before we get there. Just before I introduce our guest, I will say, if you haven't done so already, please consider following this channel. Check out our YouTube with !ArvTube, Discord with !ArvCord, Twitter with !ArvTweets, and our website for all this is arvinelleron.com. On the financial side, !Arv Shop is the shop, the merchandise area for Infinity and Beyond material, and also Adventures of Middle-earth material. We will soon have Esper Genesis stuff up there as well. !Arv Treon, sitting right over there, makes a big difference to the channel, allows me to do a lot of money which gets put back into the cast. I'm able to take that money and put it back into that and to support my writing, and you can get good stuff both for yourself and for the channel as a whole. And of course, that sub button right above, I guess it is right now, the video window, currently sitting at right around 87 or 88 subs, so anyone else who's able to jump on board would be much appreciated, because you can inspire the players and do a lot of things with that as well. Lastly, the publishing, Icarus, for my Icarus and Jelinek graphic novels from Athos Arts, and you're going to hear a lot more about Athos Arts in just a second. Library for Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, print edition coming very soon. That, of course, from our sponsors for this very campaign, Alligator Alley Entertainment. And Greyshade KS, I will be announcing any day, I swear, the final details on the Greyshade Kickstarter, whether it's happening in October or whether it's moving back to February. So I'll have details about that very soon. That's Greyshade KS. Last but certainly not least, and very appropriate for this thing that I'm just about to talk about, BLM, Black Lives Matter. Again, we have been focusing on this and never more want to focus on this than in the last few months, where this whole situation has come even further to a head. And by a head, I mean people are noticing more than they used to. And so please consider going here. It is a resource link that will give you information about education for yourself, for, you know, your kids, for people around you, and also places that you can donate and support various causes associated with BLM. So I highly recommend that resource link. However, today, we have got a big announcement for you before Esper Genesis begins. So I'm going to unmute myself so that this fine gentleman knows that we're ready to go, and then I'm going to unmute him. And finally, I am very honored to bring on a person who I've known for quite a long time, actually, at this point, and who has been with me, a member of the Gen Con Writers Symposium, but also does, is basically just, the career is just on the upswing in every respect. And the fact that I was able to carve out a little bit of time in this gentleman's overly busy schedule, I'm taking as a win. This is Maurice Broaddus, who is the author of The Usual Suspects, a middle grade novel from HarperCollins, which, as I discovered today, had a starred review from Kirkus, and I didn't know it had that. So that's, let me tell you, a starred review from Kirkus is no joke. Pimp My Airship, which is from Apex. I did know, of course, about that. He has a new series that is coming from Tor, which is going to be amazing, and has a novella, Sorcerers, which has just been optioned by AMC for television. And so, like I said, I was not joking around. The resident Afrofuturist at the Kepra Institute. This is Maurice Broaddus. Maurice, my friend, it is good to see you. Thank you for being with us. How are you this evening?
I am exhausted. I'm exhausted just hearing my own bio.
I know. I don't understand how you live within your own bio, man. I don't get it. But no, seriously, congratulations on everything that's been going on. And we have a big announcement that is connected with Maurice. And I guess what I'll say is, Maurice, I'm curious if you could tell us, what is this announcement? And then if you could talk a little bit about the genesis maybe of your interest in what this project is dealing with, I guess, might be a good way to put that.
Okay. Well, I've decided, since I don't have very much going on right now,
Not at
that
all.
what would be a great idea? Let me edit an anthology.
Good call.
Right. And so, the name of the anthology is called "In This Moment," and I guess I could just talk about the genesis of it.
Yeah, please.
I'd written a short story. I'd actually written a short story for a different anthology, and and actually the story was actually an older story of mine. It was written several years ago, but I'd wanted to sort of like, all right, given the times that we're in, let me revisit this story. You know, well, one, I've grown as a writer since then, and then two, considering the times we're in, this story just seems like it would fit for me to just help me process what I'm thinking, what I'm feeling, what I'm experiencing at this time.
Right.
So I wrote this story, I sent it into the anthology, and the editors really liked the story. But the story broke with, the feel of the other stories in the anthology. And so it was sort of kicked around the idea of like, well, what would it look like to do a whole anthology of stories like this? And so one of the things that I was thinking through it. So like Pimp My Airship, for example, one of the main themes of Pimp My Airship is you have artists um, who basically lead the way for social change. Just by practicing their art, by being the voice of the community,
Right.
they get to speak truth to power,
Right.
and become forces of social change. And that's,
Right.
that's the big thrust of the book. It's also a big thrust of my life, especially as with the work that I do with the Kepler Institute, and the work I do in the community, and working with other artists. As a matter of fact, it's just the whole idea of, artists, storytellers, going all the way back to the ancient African tradition of having griots. We are the truth tellers. We are the historians. We are the dreamers. We help process a moment. We help celebrate moments. We help imagine futures. And that's what I kind of wanted to do with this anthology, was to combine all of those things, open it up, and have creatives sort of help us. Well, partly just to support creatives, frankly, during this time, because this time is wreaking havoc on the lives of creatives.
Yep.
So I want to be able to support creatives during this time also, but also just to have them process what they're feeling through story, through whatever their medium is in terms of storytelling. I want them to help us critique. I want them to help us celebrate. I want them to help us process. I want them to help us dream. I want stories to document this time and to help chart a way through this time.
I mean, what else can be said? That's a great pitch for it. So this anthology is going to be edited by you, and it is being published by, he said, looking at Garlic Tofu in chat, who happens to be Emily, actually. But is published by, sir?
Oh, Athos Arts.
Athos Arts. So Athos Arts is going to be the publisher of this anthology, and we're going to be running a Kickstarter for this as well. They're going to be kickstarting it, and it's going to be happening. They don't have a set date yet, but my understanding is sometime, correct me if I'm wrong, October-ish, ? Might be when the Kickstarter is going to come into play. But so it's going to be stories, and not just stories, theoretically, poems, correct, and other things like that of the moment.
Right.
Of the moment. And are you and all your folks making war on our wallets? Listen, I'm just the messenger here, all right? I just bring you great people, and it's up to you whether you open the... But no, I mean, and what you said, I think, about supporting creatives is extremely important now. I wanted to ask you, actually, because I think this may tie into this, and I promise this isn't meant to be a curveball. I did a graphic novel panel a few days back with a number of different people as part of a thing called Continual Con, and it's going to be dropping in about a week and a half. And there were a number of people on that, and one of them, and I cannot believe that I've forgotten, because literally my mind has been swimming with all of these people, but I'm going to have to track it down, and then I will be less embarrassed about forgetting the name. But in any case, the this is a black creator who also teaches about graphic novel and narrative and panels, and teaches at UCR and has done a ton of these things. But one of the things that he was talking about that really struck me was this idea that his statement was that black joy is a radical act. And what he meant by that was that he liked the idea of having work that allowed one to sort of deal with, as you just said, the moment, but deal with it in multiple ways that doesn't all return to dealing with suffering, unless that's what you want to talk about, right? That it's not just, the majority cultures, whites get to talk about whatever they want, and then we return and go, you must now tell us about the suffering that you're experiencing. And he said it was a radical act not to have to just do that, which was really striking to me. And so I wonder what you think about that. Is there a radical act in allowing creatives to engage in the moment with this anthology however they want? Or I don't want to push that, but what do you make of that conceptually?
Oh no, I'm a huge proponent of that. Not just the radical act of Black joy, the radical act of imagining a Black future.
Yeah.
I think it was Tanana Reeve Dew that said that the act of us imagining ourselves into the future is an act of resistance.
Yeah.
And so
wow.
I'm all for Black joy. In fact, I'm all for Black joy as a weapon of resistance.
Yes.
So
yes.
So I'm a huge proponent of that. In fact, I make it a point to as part of the practice of our community work, we like to celebrate each other, and we like to basically practice Black joy, because if nothing else, I mean, this life, there is more to life than just surviving it.
Right. And that was the thing that just struck me. I mean, and of course yeah. And I found the name. I apologize to John Jennings, who I can't believe that I forgot, but
I actually thought that's who we were talking
yeah,
about.
I'm really sorry. Again, like forgive me. You know this. I just started school and I got 80 names flying through my heads of all my students that I'm trying to remember. Anyway, yes, John Jennings, and I was really, really struck by that. And again, he went on to say, of course, it wasn't unique to him, but the idea that it was something he wanted to kind of invest in whatever he was doing, with whatever kind of creation he was doing. So that just reminded me a little bit when you talked about that. So
that's
this,
actually
yeah.
Please, at the foundation of my next book that I'm writing. That's a huge part of it. I wanted to write from that perspective of, all right, so let's write from that perspective of joy, and that perspective of, what, we don't have, this isn't about suffering porn or anything like that. We're going to be writing from this place of joy and celebration, and let's see where that takes us in the future.
Yeah, so I'm fascinated by that. In any case, this is going to be pretty cool. We have already started to build our list. In fact, there may or may not be some people who may or may not be watching, who may or may not already have been asked by myself, since that was my homework, about whether they might be interested in being in such an anthology, and several other people I'm going to be speaking to shortly. But it's going to be a great list, and we're going to have that list posted fairly soon. I do want to also just put in a quick plug to say that Athos Arts, as you folks all know, I mean, I'm biased. Obviously, they did, they published Icarus and Jelinek and did a tremendous job with that, so I'm biased in their favor, but they really have done a lot of great work. If you look at Emily's latest, Lord's Dome, which came out from them, if you look at the works that I've talked about, the Hotel Storm Cove book, they've done a lot of other great anthologies also, and they do things the right way, and do things in a way that I think does honor to the creators and to the people that we're looking at. And I'm really hoping this is going to be, a big deal for everyone concerned. And I'm honored to be able to make the announcement on the channel here and let people know about it. So, chat, if there are any questions, you can of course send them the way of Garlic Tofu or Ballstag, who I think is in chat as well, or you can ask. But he's got literally 5 minutes, so you have 5 minutes as all we've got left of Maurice. So if you have a question you want to throw to him about any of these things relating to the Antho or otherwise, please do. And I guess we should say, so we do have a curated list of authors that we're looking at, but I believe also there will be a small, I don't want to talk out of turn, small open call. Is that
Oh yeah,
accurate?
absolutely. I don't think I've done a project to date that's ever been just solicited stories, because I frankly love the surprise of the slush pile.
Yep.
And this is, I can't remember how many anthologies I've done now, but basically without fail, some of the best stories have come from the slush pile. So there's no way I wouldn't. There's no way I wouldn't have a slush pile as a part of this.
Yeah. So, which is exciting. So there's going to be that as an opportunity. Also, we've already, people have been talking behind the scenes about sort of, stretch goals and things like that, and all that sort of thing. And so, and to be clear, in case people are wondering, I personally may or may not submit a story to this, but we'll see whether it gets accepted. But the overwhelming majority of these stories are going to be coming from by POC, and are going to be coming from creators from marginalized communities and so forth. That's going to be the focus. It's not 100% that way, and my only engagement is the fact that I guess I ended up being the bridge to bring Maurice and Athos together, because these are two entities, Maurice, and you're an entity now, man. Like, I mean, there's just no,
Okay.
like you've risen to the level of entity. No, I mean, like, I mean, I've had enormous respect for Maurice's writing and just as a person for many, many years. And I thought that this was a good chance to bring someone like this together with Athos, which I have great respect for. And so focusing in particular, absolutely, yes, Garlic Tofu, focusing in particular upon Black voices is going to be a big emphasis here too. But the idea here, I think, was just to sort of bring them together. So I am just kind of amplifying the message, getting this out in somewhat of a video form, and then hopefully getting a chance to. I'll obviously certainly promote it too when we come close to the Kickstarter time. So yes, and that's it's important, and I wanted to make that happen. So yes, you can get any questions. Fire the question out, Echo. If you got one, you got 5 minutes, 4.5 minutes. So, have you received your Wakandan chair yet?
I have not. But supposedly it's under construction. I got approval from the principal of my middle. So I should probably explain some of this.
Okay.
Now that I think about that. Because of COVID, there's been a lot of reshuffling. I teach at a middle school, and there's been a lot of reshuffling of classrooms and everything. So I got ensconced in my new space, and it is very, very Wakandan in flavor, we'll say. And the principal made a comment like, well, if you'd like to get a new chair, there is room in the budget for you to get a new chair. And so I requested a replica throne from Black Panther. I was like, hey, it's 50% off. It's like only $1,500 now. This should not be a problem. And she was like, well, thank you for thinking of our budget at 50% off. However, we were thinking more of like $150. So, but then a friend of mine who is a huge cosplayer was like, I could probably build one of those. And so he is in process of building me this. I don't know how we're going to get into this
chair.
Oh yeah, no, we're going to make this happen. And when this does happen, there will be pictures of this. So,
oh my God, that is the best. That is amazing. Yeah, I mean, I had seen, Echo posted the Twitter, the status reference to this, because I had seen the pictures of it, but I didn't know what was going on with the chair at that time. So that is extra. I just had this image of us adding this as like stretch goal, get a full priced Wakandan chair. But, it's not right. This is different. We need video. That's actually true. A picture is not good enough. You should actually have video with your students around as you, enter the chair. You know what I'm saying?
They would absolutely love this.
That's what I mean. They would be excited as all. Oh man, that is really cool. All right, so now you know the answer to the Wakandan chair. Any other questions? That was awesome. We have about 2 minutes. Let's see. Don't know if intended for Marie. Earlier from Coven Guy. Oh, Black with a capital B is the accepted term. Yes, just making sure. As opposed to because. I see. So I mean, I would say if you're talking about Black creators, then yes, I guess I would say that B would be the accepted term. The idea is to use capital B for Black, but not necessarily for white, because it's not the same thing for multiple reasons as to why. So don't capitalize white. Yes, capitalize Black. Yes. Okay. Other questions? Any other questions? Any other ones to throw this way before I let this extraordinarily busy person go? Got about 1 minute left for any other questions that you want to throw out about this anthology. And you will be getting, we'll make this announcement again on Twitter. We will be talking more about this over the next couple of months and so on. And as I say, I don't want to, hold Athos to anything, but the Kickstarter is coming in the near future. This is not going to be like 2 years from now or something. That's why we're making the announcement now. Will there follow-up question? Will there be a new Twitter profile pic of you on the Wakandan chair? Is
Absolutely.
you meaning that you is meaning Maurice? Can't imagine there wouldn't be.
Right.
Geez.
Absolutely. That. Oh man, I might have to dig out one of my Black Panther costumes and take
That's sweet. Oh man.
In full costume in the seat. So.
I am extremely excited to see that. And then Rising Tides, who is actually Brandon O'Brien, says, just wanted to say thank you to Maurice and Athos Arts for this project. It's unfortunate the present political moment calls for it, but I appreciate knowing that folks I trust are behind this work. So that's good. And I agree wholeheartedly. These are people that we should all trust who are behind it. And with help and support, we'll see this through to a big success. So, all right, I'm going to let this gentleman go because I know you've got a call coming up, Maurice. Thank you very, very much for being on here. Thank you for also being a part of this anthology, which I know is exciting for Athos. I'm excited just to see it happening from the sidelines. So thank you, and thank you for coming on, and I will catch up with you and speak with you soon, I guess.
Sounds great. Look forward to it.
All right, sounds good. Thank you, Maurice. All right, chat, let's get some love for Maurice, please. All righty. There we go. So that was the big announcement, and I told you all it was a big announcement, but I'm excited that we get to do it here, and I'm excited that Maurice is heading this up. Again, I have great respect for Maurice as both an author and an editor, and just a generally good guy. I mean, like, Maurice has done a lot of good work for inside his community and outside of it, and so I couldn't be happier with that, and I couldn't be happier with seeing Athos being behind it. This is a big deal, I think, for a really good, reputable company to be working with it. And I'm hoping also that it gives them the attention, the further attention that they deserve, because Athos is a good company and they also deserve that kind of attention. So I'm super excited about that. So please spread the word far and wide about this anthology, folks, now that we know this is happening, because it's very exciting and it's official. There's a signed contract, with Maurice. And so it's all set to go. And we will be giving you the details about that. Athos will be sending out the details about that as time goes on. And again, because I noticed someone had asked me this before, I am only peripherally involved insofar as I'm going to try to promote this project when I can, and I may or may not end up with a story in it. But that, and other than that, it's just I kind of brought the particulars, the principles together, and now they are going to be managing it. So I can also say as well that John Helfers is going to be involved in this, also in this project. Those of you on this channel, of course, know John very well. So John is also going to be a part of this project. And so again, these are just all good people that are associated with this and involved and engaged with this in some way. So I'm super excited about that. Yeah, so thank you to Maurice for being there, and thank you as always to Garlic Tofu and to Ballstag, to Emily and Chris for being such great people and running a great company, and for doing what I hope is going to be a big deal. I really, obviously, you guys know that whenever that I do a number of things, there are other fundraisers that'll be happening associated with my work, with other people's work around here. There is no truth to the rumor that a certain person in this channel right now who threw out some hearts may or may not be involved with me with a certain little fundraising thing happening in the not too distant future also for something that this person is working on, maybe. But the point is, so I'm always going to do that. But I really want to emphasize the importance of doing something like this, because it is going to continually focus attention back where it needs to go. One of the nice things about what happened yesterday, I thought, with the, I guess it was yesterday, no, I'm sorry, 2 days ago, with the NBA boycott, really, it shouldn't be called a boycott, it's a strike, is what it is. It was a strike, and it was meant to be a strike by the Milwaukee Bucks. Even if it turns out to be just a short-lived thing, and then they're going to be going back to play, is that the idea was to focus attention back to where it needed to be, which is not on sports and not on watching people do entertainment, but on watching people actually focus their attention back on the problems that exist within a community. You cannot have a society that is not functional then go on to do the equivalent of enjoying gladiatorial games. And that's what we're talking about. This society needs to become functional again. And to make it functional again, it means that attention needs to be placed back upon that subject. And I will say that now that the Bucks did that, there is going to be a vote in the Wisconsin state legislature on several bills that deal with the question of police reform. Now, because it's a Republican-controlled legislature, those bills are unlikely to pass, but it is a starting place. It will start a discussion. The Republicans have already come up with their own plan, and so there's going to be hashing out back and forth. And this is how things happen. But the point is, no one was talking about this until, at the Wisconsin state level anyway, the state legislature level, until the Bucks did what they did. And the reality is that it's a very simple equation. It means to stop killing black people. That's all. It's really simple. It's as much about survival at the moment as anything else. Then many other things need to be addressed. But at least initially, it's about stopping killing black people by largely violent and lawless, largely white police departments. Real simple. And this is one way to focus on these questions of the moment. Now, again, the anthology, as Maurice just told you, is not meant to be, this isn't just about suffering, right? This isn't just about that. It's about engaging in whatever way people want to with the present moment, however these creators wish to, and then making sure that they are supported by getting their amazing fiction, poetry, nonfiction, whatever the case may be. And so I really hope that people will take that to heart and realize that every action that we take will have a ripple effect and impact others as long as we take it intentionally, that we let people know why we're taking the action, and we move forward with it. So I'm very honored that we're able to announce it here, and I'm really glad that Athos is going to be involved and that Maurice is doing the editing. I think and that John is going to be, involved as well. I just think it's a really good team, and I'm really glad that we've got some focus that we're going to be able to put ourselves on this subject as we've been trying to do with new things like Sound Clash, Brandon's game, and with other things that we're trying to focus attention on other issues, while also just having an incredible badass game, book, anthology, because there is such amazing work and such a rich wellspring to be drawn upon in these cases. So thank you for thinking about this as well. That's right. Exactly. And that's exactly right. And I often wonder a little bit if part of the reason that some of the protests have had an impact this time around, Brandon, is because people were at home. We've talked about this before. Because of the pandemic, because they were not at work, many of them, because they had time to think about something other than just getting through the day. And because of that, they were sort of like, wait, what the heck is going on? I really wonder if there isn't something that's kind of associated with that. Okay. Yeah, I was really impressed with what the Bucks did in that case. So anyway, that is the big announcement. Super excited about it. Let me just check Renault's thing. Yes, please do that. Actually, Renault. Yes, thank you. That would be helpful. Yeah, thank you, Renault, for doing that. I appreciate it. Yeah, he's and Maurice is great. Like I say, like I really respect his writing, but also I just respect him as a person. I just know him personally, and he's a really good guy. So, yep, exactly, Coven. Couldn't say it better. 100%. Stop killing people. As simple as that. Okay, now with that said, thank you all so much for bearing with me. Thank you also to my players for bearing with me. But this was important, and I needed to make sure that I got through this as best I could. And so, yes, so there's the deal with that. Okay, we are set. We'll send Zoom link now. Okay, so now I'm going to send the Zoom link, so just bear with me for just a moment as I get that fired up. And then I'm going to bring those lovely people on board, and we will start up with the Esper Genesis intro and all that stuff. But I wanted to make sure that I did that. Yeah, thank you, Echo, for doing that, for that text, because that was very helpful. And again, we will have more announcements. Athos will have this announcement. We'll be announcing this on Twitter. So we'll have more announcements about this. And again, my only association, I may have a story in it. Other than that, my association is just really rooting for this onlooker. So this is not coming through me, other than the fact that I'm really excited for the project and I think it's a great idea, and I'm super happy to be able to support it in any way that I can. So, yeah. Okay, so with that said, I am going to turn off my webcam. I'm going to put on the break screen. I'm going to bring those folks on, and in just about 5 minutes or so, we will get started with the Esper Genesis intro. So thanks, everybody. I'm very, very excited for this, and yeah, I will be right back to you in just about 5 minutes, so hang tight, and Esper Genesis is en route.
contemplating the higher pleasure. Sandstorms and dust devils obscure my sight. Sand burns my skin, sand seeks my eye. Common fortune, we all share the same plight. Some can go no more, a sad goodbye. Shouts of terror, screams of horror, run the raiders, must dodge their arrows, shortness of breath, they seek my death, darkness ahead, will soon be dead. But hope appears, destination nears, a light shines through, hope for the remaining few, race to the gate, oh smiling fate, it drops behind, demons denied. We have arrived at the sacred site of Mecca, where we are I don't know, only the path we must follow. I'll search the night, scan the distant horizon, living and learning, and waiting for you to come. soul.
Well, I'm grooving down the street. Yeah, I'm grooving everyone I meet. Sometimes I felt real low. Someplace I've got to go. Well, I'm taking all I see. Yeah, I'm taking it for me. I'm sorry, but it's true. I'm not interested in you. Heavy, dark, heavy, spark, heavy, light, heavy, well, all right. Heavy, fast, heavy, past, heavy, dirt, heavy, well, that hurt. Soldiers in the ruins, rubble in the streets, corpses near the buildings, all this light and heat. Time to take a stand, boys, time to make a choice. Time to find our courage, time to be deployed. Make our only stand here, make our roads complete. All we waited for now, past the future meet. Get your weapons ready, kiss loved ones goodbye. Now our time is coming, and it is not the time to cry. Fight the war. Fight the war. Fight the war. Oh, who cares why we're fighting? It's about the fight. Let the writers writing settle wrong from right. In the time of conflict, when the bullets fly, in the space of seconds, a life you cannot buy. Face the facts before you, face the simple truth. We're hopelessly outnumbered, it's tragic but it's true. Make your last formation, take the final road. Now it's time for endings, now it's time to go. Fight the war. Oh, fight the war. Fight the war.
When I was a child, I talked like a child. I thought like a child. I reasoned like a child. When I grew older, I set aside childish ways. Corinthians 13:11. In the distant future, mankind has spread into the stars and found it is not alone. Within the cluster of planets known as the Silrain Heart, many races strive for survival or supremacy. But throughout this array of planets, societies, and cultures, each has one thing in common: the crucibles. Scattered throughout the galaxy, each moon-sized structure contains a core of raw sorium, a form of mysterious energy used to power ships, cities, and sometimes the warping of the fabric of reality itself. Beings who can do this have been given a name: Espers. The power of God has been granted to God's children. It is a time of terror. It is a time of wonder. It is the time of Esper Genesis.
Man, nothing gets me as pumped up, I'll tell you right now, as pumped up to play for something like Esper Genesis as that theme. Welcome, everybody. Again, those of you who were here through our big announcement, the big announcement of Maurice Broaddus editing the In the Moment anthology from Athos Arts. Thank you for bearing with us as we are here with Esper Genesis. It is day 49 of Esper Genesis, and we are moving into a new part of the Shadow with the Zephyr campaign. This is called Altai Media Presents. I've already talked a little bit about how to support the channel, and so with no further ado, I can unmute myself because they are ready to go and they are prepared and excited. And I have a feeling I interrupted them just as they were starting a new conversation, but that's all right because now we're going to move over this way. And I am very happy to introduce my extraordinarily polite and awesome crew. And I'm really pumped up to have them here today because we're moving into a new facet, a new phase, if you will, of Shadow of the Zephyr campaign. It is a great pleasure to welcome the Esper crew here, and I hope everyone is excited as I am. And I will start, as always, with the gentleman on the left side of the screen as you look at it. This is, of course, Mr. Johnny Pittman, who looks to me like he's coming again from a remote location. That's what it looks like to me. Is that fair, Johnny?
I am coming to you from a remote location, a hotel where I am sheltering from not only COVID, but I'm also sheltering from the fires in Santa Cruz County where I live. I was very lucky. Nothing, nobody I know, none of my immediate family or friends, have been hurt or nothing's going on. A couple friends have lost their houses. I know that Kat was also just mentioning privately that she had a friend who lost a house in Davenport. But we're sheltering here in a remote location specifically because we wanted to get away from it all because of the health hazard around smoke. So yes, remote location. It's very scary being in a hotel as the pandemic is going on, but it seems safer than not breathing at all.
Yeah, it's just your choice. Breathe some or breathe none. Oh God, I swear
exactly.
to God. 2020, please. Anyway, it's great that you're with us in any capacity. I am glad. Otherwise, that you are more or less healthy and with us and sheltering. Who are you playing today, Johnny?
Apparently, I am playing Aramis, the Ashen Forged Melder, who apparently was running out of resources or something. And apparently, as well as I keep saying, apparently there was a question about why I had an inflatable mattress.
Yeah,
I'd just like to be very clear about that and answer that question right now.
Okay,
Aramis is a traveler. He gets busy in places, so
gets busy.
Gets busy.
So he needs lots of sleep.
Wink, wink.
Yes, right. So
Exactly.
that's what we mean by that exactly.
Yeah.
Is this one of those insta inflate air mattresses too, where you're just pow? Are we talking?
To be completely honest, it comes with one of the kits that the character came with, and the packs that you get at the beginning of character creation. I have no idea. I've never used any of the materials that have been in that, so I mean, honestly,
so it's still in there. Sure, it's still in the shrink wrap, right?
It's still in the packaging.
He takes a cat nap.
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh man.
It was integral to the plot, though. So
no, it was. It was very important.
As we were digging through your inventory, trying to figure out if Aramis had anything to use, any abilities at all, I was like, he has an inflatable bed. We ended up saving our lives.
We also have some news that Carlos is going to tell you.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
I don't know if Carlos knows. I think I know.
Actually, we're totally derailing Greg's introduction now. I've just realized.
Yeah, I was
Greg,
what?
we're totally
What just
off
happened?
the rails.
Also, I don't know what.
Kat, it has to do with the game and what happened to something.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
And the news is Carlos is leaving. He hates all of us.
It's really not as big of a deal as it sounds.
Okay.
But maybe to Aramis it will be.
Okay.
Greg,
all right.
why aren't you keeping us in better order?
I don't.
I object.
You know what?
Objection.
Listen. Objection. Hold it. All right. Well, it is a great pleasure to have Johnny with us. It's also a great pleasure, despite the desperate attempt to derail. But no, it is always a pleasure to have Kat with us. Kat Rambo, of course, who may or may not have just agreed to be part of a potential project that may or may not have recently been announced, to which I may also have just possibly potentially invited another person that I'm going to introduce next. Perhaps all these things are true, chat. Perhaps that's the deal. But anyway, it is always a pleasure to have Kat with us. Kat, how are you doing? How is life in the universe in the Pacific Northwest? And who are you playing today?
I am doing well. Things are fine here at Shea Rambo. I'm finishing up edits in a book and a little giddy, as you can tell.
Yeah.
I will be playing Petra Sinis. She is an ashen forged sentinel with a very large hammer, and that occasionally is in flames or sparking, and a mysterious affinity for machines that even she does not understand.
Exactly. And by the way, that hammer got a lot of use when she was going toe-to-toe with a mini-mech, basically, in the last competition, and they managed to hold, not by a lot, but managed to hold off this mini-mech situation. So,
actually, she was badass, Johnny. When you recap...
Oh, yeah.
Greg.
No, I mean, I have written right next to you, badass, in all caps,
Badass.
So I figured, of course, that's
That's
very
the whole
important.
recap.
That's that. Yeah, that's basically just the recap. Is just, and then Petra was badass. Moving on.
Yeah.
But no, it's always a pleasure to have Kat with us. Thank you so much, as always, Kat. Thank you also to our good friend Carlos Hernandez for being here. And what is this news that I need to know about right now?
I have no idea. I don't know what they're talking about.
You don't know what they're talking about?
No, I guess I'll know when I hear from somebody else.
I'll tell it when it gets to me.
Are you talking about this is a game thing? Are we talking about in game? Oh, okay. I think you may have said that, and I just panicked again for no reason, thinking that you were once again not talking about the game.
Look,
Okay,
I'm panicking too. I get it.
Okay, good. Everybody's just panicking. 2020, the land where you panic.
I know.
Anyway,
What I should have done is just made something else. Ludicrous Sleepo was marrying his inflatable wife. That's
the inflatable. But the twist is
right.
the inflatable
Came with the
mattress
initial
is his
kit,
wife.
Yeah.
Actually, he's been,
Anyway,
you know,
yeah.
Aramis's inflatable mattress is your inflatable wife. That's the big twist. It's a whole, yeah. Yeah, so, but it is always a pleasure to have Carlos. So this, Carlos, how are you doing? How is life in the universe with you, sir?
Yeah, so
and all that stuff.
my sabbatical just ended, so life is
Welcome back.
terrible. Life is horrible. Work sucks. Why do we do it? Oh my God. I'm kidding a little bit. I'm a ridiculous person. So, here at the beginning of the semester where it's completely online and I had to transport all of my courses to online scenarios in this unknown environment. I also have like a looming deadline on the 15th coming up. I finished a second draft of a screenplay, and tomorrow I'm in a Zoom play. I'm going to be playing Father Camel, a rather clueless priest in limbo who's trying to help souls make it out of limbo. And one of the things I've been doing is I have this Twitter account where I've been taking online confessionals. So if you want to know like what I've been doing, I have been taking people's confession sacrilegiously as possible here, so, and Father Camel isn't very good at technology, so like he thinks that's like the #1 banner on Twitter.
Right, exactly. I cannot even explain how much on brand all of this is for you, up to and including the being silly about stuff. My heavens, is all I got to say that. Well, when not otherwise being silly, who are you playing today, Carlos?
So I am playing the recently promoted to level 8 Ludaku Sleepwell, the master medic who is going to take a feat in polearms and he's going to become quite deadly in combat, just with this level. So he's looking forward to, medic my ass. He's going to drop a step on your head.
I think the rest of the party would be more behind that if it weren't for the fact that the medic my ass part saved everyone else's ass repeatedly in the last session. I mean,
he's retiring from that.
He's like, I'm done with this.
Now.
It's now Ludaku unleashed. Like unclawed.
That's the sequel.
Oh man. Also, can I, in continuing this not so obvious, a reference to things that people don't totally know about. Is there any truth to the rumor that perhaps I might potentially have interested in you in this thing I potentially asked you about, Carlos, regarding this potential thing that may have potentially previously been announced?
Oh yeah, I'm very, very interested. I mean, Maurice is great people, and what the hell am I doing? I meant to show you that I got. Can you see this because of my stupid background? Maybe I have to turn off my background. 1 second.
This is worth seeing. I enjoy
it. Here we go.
Very much.
The background goes away, and you can see.
Yay!
I thought you were showing the other little magazine that you showed us.
Oh, the Weekly World News. I had a friend. I had a friend who sent me the Weekly World News, and for this headline, I don't know if you remember the Weekly World News.
Of course,
but,
with Bat Boy and the whole thing.
Yeah, but like
Bermuda toilet
mystery. People who sit on it vanish.
I mean, it's just a thing.
That's great.
No, but I got So I love athletics arts, and I am looking forward to hearing more of the details.
Yes, more details will be to come. I'm glad to hear that, and thank you very much for the support with Icarus and Jelnik. Yeah, I've been really, really, really happy because of what a long and winding road it's been to get this back to the point where the full story, at least as I originally meant in the original Icarus trilogy, the first novel was captured in these two forms. And Achille Fabio, who again is from Brazil, so Brazil has also been hammered by the pandemic, did a spectacular job in carrying this through, and Athis did a spectacular job. And so it's being sent out as we speak to reviewers and blurbers, and people like that are looking at it. And the retail release of this, Carlos got the Kickstarter one, but the retail release of this will be November 10th. So yeah, thank you. I'm very excited about it. And it was really nice to see. Actually, the person who really, Carlos will appreciate this, really, and Zach too, really made me incredibly pumped up about it was my daughter, because she kind of grew by that. She was at the age where she was just really picking up on this stuff when the first edition of this came out. And so when this came out, I handed it to her. She and my wife and my son went off camping for a couple of days a few days ago. And so literally I got the box of books in the mail, and I came out and I was like, and I gave her the first 2 books, which is what I did with her for the first edition. And she was absolutely over the moon excited about about it, which made me feel really good. So yeah,
That's awesome.
I'm super pumped up about it, and
Love it.
I hope it reaches the audience that I wanted to. But just the fact that the Kickstarter supporters are behind it really made a difference. So thank you very much, Carlos. And with that, last but certainly not least, of course, the person who is currently teaching my daughter in the arts of voice and voice acting, and that, of course, is Frank Jones. No, Mr. Zach Clay, who is right here.
AKA Frank Jones.
Zach, who is an amazing, really amazing teacher and doing a great job with her. And how is life with you, sir? What's any impact for you? Quality wise, or
we were just talking about that. Up until yesterday, actually, I was in this great city you can see behind me, where instead of being plagued by smoke from every direction, it was actually rather nice in San Francisco with the fog kind of displacing it a bit. The air quality's better, but still pretty bad all around the Bay Area and really all around California right now. So I am back home, but it's I think 2020 is just slowly rotating through every aspect of the apocalypse, and we've just hit fires. So once
asteroids are next. You heard there's one on the way, right?
Mm-hmm. That's gonna be... so I'm ready. I'm packing my spacesuit. I'm getting ready to use physics to, like, when the asteroid comes down, I'm just gonna bounce up and go into space and go right into the space station.
Yeah,
it's gonna be. I have a whole plan.
Yeah. I like how you say I'm going to use physics and do that thing. Physics, pals.
That's how it works. The force. It's like a big trampoline or like a seesaw.
Right. Totally. No, I.
Oh yeah, that's just how it works.
Totally
that's
legit.
just how it works.
Right.
But yeah. So I am fortunate enough to not have been displaced at least for super long. But we still have our house. I think that's something to be thankful for. But yeah, aside from that. I'm doing pretty well. I am excited for there's going to be a lot of games coming out in the next few months towards the end of 2020. So that's something cool, and all of the projects that we're all working on. But tonight, I'm going to be playing Cause Moritus, the Volare hunter / specialist who has not a very big hammer or medic supplies or an inflatable bed, but he does have a sniper rifle and a really cool coat that blends in with various environments.
That's very true. It is very cool looking and very slick. It is wonderful to have the whole crew here with us. Just before I fire up the music and start the... yes.
The bad news that I think Kat was talking about.
Oh, so yeah. Tell me what is this news that I need to know?
We fought this giant... he'll go over it in the recap. But we fought this giant mech, and Spot, your little cat,
oh fuck,
is no longer with us.
Yeah,
which they were super devastated about. But I know that you could probably just because it was from a spell, right? You could probably just cast the spell again. But it's not the same. It'll be like Spot 2. It won't be the same for Spot. So we're sorry.
Will it?
Spot
I
2,
don't know.
Revenge of Spot.
Yeah.
Spot harder.
But yeah, that was the big bad news.
Maybe we're going to go on maybe it's going to be, Esper Genesis 3, The Search for Spot.
Yeah. Unless, Kat has to tell me if that was it. Watch that not be the thing.
that was it. And I just wanted to point out that were blame to be distributed for any of this, it lies firmly with the guy who's controlling the game, who cruelly
that is utterly inaccurate.
Gratuitous. Like, really, the mech aimed its full double barrels on the cat, and
he took like 20 minutes to describe the cat.
Oh, sure, I did. Yeah. In great detail. Yes.
Guys, I just want to announce that I'm going to rage quit. So right in the middle of the session, I'm just going to rage quit and say goodbye.
Gonna rage quit
again. Thanks so much for the game.
I appreciate it, but this is a bridge too far. Oh my God. If we could, if the Alligator Alley folks, who of course we're always grateful to for sponsoring this, if they're watching after the Shadow of the Zephyr campaign is done, if you could do a little spinoff called The Search for Spot, I would just be,
Yeah.
it's just
we head to the astral plane or wherever.
Exactly, and
from.
it's just like, you have to go through. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
In
Great.
fairness, it was a hell of a fight,
for the
and
cat now.
it was a hell of a fight. Before we get into the recap, I do want to just mention quickly, because I believe they're still in chat. Oh, they might have had to leave. Ugh. Well, Green Forge Studio was here before and was commenting on the intro song. Green Forge Studio is a new group that I have partnered with, a new company that I have partnered with, which produces various kinds of music, and I have licensed a album of tavern music, which is really gorgeous, both ambient music and also just sort of just by itself without the kind of ambient in the background. And the thing that I love about this is, first of all, he's from Boston, so that's near and dear to my heart. But secondly, the thing I love about it is an actual orchestra that he used to record this music. So, I mean, it's nothing against people who do digital stuff, but I mean, it
makes
legit.
all the difference.
It really does. And so they did a wonderful job with that, and I'm hoping I can partner with them and other stuff. He's working on a forest music album as well. So all of my campaigns will be able to use this, with the possible exception of this one, unless you all do like a holodeck, go back to the medieval times, because otherwise I don't really think that fits quite the feel of the universe here. But maybe Spot right now is enjoying the music of Green Forge Studio. Maybe that's
for the
what's
forest music. Is he gonna get actual trees to play the music?
Actual ents will play every bit of music. One song will take 5 years to complete, and but no. Anyway, very
Johnny
good to see.
was gonna say something.
Good to see Green Forge Studios here. Yes, Johnny. Yeah.
Sorry.
Too choked up.
Oh, you're he's
muted
again. You just reversed.
So I'm having trouble because I'm on my laptop. I'm having trouble with mute. I actually have an idea about how that would work, and I would love to talk to you about that at some point afterwards. But I can guarantee you, I have the hook that will allow you to tell that story with that music.
The search for Spot or the music for the... I'm just going to keep bringing up the search for Spot repeatedly because I'm far too amused. Both. All right.
I have both.
I'm in. I'll want to hear about this later for sure.
And this is how it began.
Let's get into the recap. It's wonderful to have these folks with us. So in our last session, let me fire up some not unfortunately tavern music. In our last session, the crew found themselves searching through the bastion, trying to save, as it turned out, Bliss Larkham from being apparently an unwitting part of what was a major conspiracy on the part of Merrick and others to try to spread the word, and apparently even behind Merrick, Laris Baladan somewhere, trying to spread this deadly kind of nanobot, basically virus or infusion, to many people who are listening to Bliss Larkham's Sim concert. Give me the music here. Music. There we go. So they were doing the best they could with that. And the problem was that they had both a melder to deal with, which was, of course, the aforementioned Merrick who was with them, but also had to deal with this mini-mech, which proved to be pretty freaking dangerous. And at some point or another, a lot of the party was knocked down, was knocked out. Sleepwell was throwing out heels like they were going out of style. Petra was standing toe to toe, hammering away at this mini mech and back, and it was pretty much an epic battle. Spot, really battled before being utterly annihilated. So there was a lot of stuff going on between the. I'm sorry, I just gotta keep making. So you son of a, stop making it dramatic. It wasn't like that. Anyway, so the party managed to, at the very end of this back and forth, and the combat lasted most of the session, did manage to defeat the mini-mech and did manage ultimately to defeat Merrick as well. What they were left with, though, was they did, thanks to the influence of Petra Sinis, who actually went into the mental matrix, essentially, of Bliss Larkham, and assisted by all people by the apparently good version of Long Winter, which was taken out of Kaz's suit and kind of infused into Bliss Larkham's mental matrix, was able to convince Bliss not to do what was happening, which was to give herself fully into this concert. if she had been able to do this, then not only Bliss Larkham, but all of the thousands would have been infected by this nanobot, essentially invasion, which would cause them to essentially be zombies under the control of these nanobots, all in the Bastion, which is this enormous station that circles around Silrain Prime. This would have been very bad for everybody in the Silrain arc, and would have been very bad as well, because clearly there is some mark of the Shadow Technocracy and of Zephyr Corps behind this in some way. And so she was able to convince, through some powerful use of persuasion and well-timed inspirations, was able to convince Bliss not to do this and to get clear of it, basically, to get control back of it. And when she re-emerged, Bliss found herself having been transformed into some kind of new entity. She didn't even fully understand what it was, but she had not ended her career, not become a zombie, and not ultimately infected everyone in the Bastion with this either. That was the good news. There is some not as good news, which we're going to talk to the party about in a little bit, but before I do that, I do want to ask each of the players whether or not they've had a chance to look at their level 8 skills, and if not, if they wish to do so. I am definitely interested in hit point rolls, and I'm interested in things like that. I actually have here, and maybe, I don't know why, I seem to have hit point rolls in parentheses along with it, and I think I must have just miscalculated at the end. So I guess I want to know where everyone's at hit point wise. You're all back up to full at this point, but I want to know what full is, whether you've rolled. I don't think we rolled the new hit points yet, did we? Last time? I don't believe
We didn't
think
roll.
I did.
Okay.
No.
So it would be lovely if we could do that, and if you could tell me what you get at level 8, because I know you're all excited. So does anyone wish to start?
I'll be happy to start just because I did it all right beforehand.
Okay.
So instead of taking an ability score, I'm going to take a feat.
Okay.
It is Polearm Master.
Okay.
And so as a bonus action, I can do a second attack.
Okay.
And it couples very nicely with the fact that my weapon attacks now get 1d8 necrotic damage added to them.
Okay.
So check this out. Polearm Master. First attack will be 1d6 plus 1d4 electric plus 4 against construct plus 1d8 necrotic.
Okay.
And then a bonus attack is 1d4 plus 1d4 electric plus 4 against construct plus 1d8 necrotic.
That's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of polearm up someone's hiney.
Yep, absolutely. That's good stuff. What about hit point total? Have you rolled that yet?
I'm going to do the take 5 and add the 3 constitution. That puts me at 8 hit points, and so the total is 62.
62, okay. I had you before. Oh, because you were right. Because you start. That's what the. All right, that's what the parentheses was. Okay, so you're at 62 out of 62. Now I understand my notes. Lovely.
Got an extra rank 4 spell as well.
A rank 4 talent.
Cat. It depends on the class.
Okay.
The die. It's dependent on the die average. So maybe the Sentinel and
Sentinels are
different.
I'm sorry to have flaunted our betterness briefly at the rest of you.
All right, so Sleepwell has got 62 out of 62, has got a rank 4, another rank 4 talent spell that has been added into the mix. And anything change with your rig, Sleepwell, or your rig abilities?
No, the thing that it gained was the charged attack, and so as a medic at level 8, I add 1d8 necrotic to weapon attacks.
Okay, so that's what that 1d8 necrotic is.
And like one of the things I want to clarify, like it just says weapon attacks, so that means ranged weapons too, right? Like any weapon attack.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Sexy.
Yep, I would say so. Yeah, absolutely. Now, on the ranged attack, I need to double check. As a Polearm Master, I don't know that you get a bonus ranged attack though, but I need to check. Maybe you
No.
do.
I think the Polearm Master is only it's a
For
bonus
melee, right?
only for like the staff weapons.
That's what I thought. Okay, so I wanted to make sure. But that said, if you were using a ranged attack, then yes, that would get the necrotic for sure. All right, so Sleepwell is definitely leveled up in all respects. Okay, who wants to go next for talking about their awesomeness of level 8?
Okay.
Okay.
So last level I took a level of specialist, which is kind of the Esper Genesis equivalent of rogue, and that gave me some rogue abilities. I'm going back to hunter this time, and I am as a benefit to that, because I didn't take the 8th level into hunter, I'm not getting the ability score increase or the feat that everyone else is going to be getting right now. But the hunter ability that I get is called. It basically turns me into Spider-Man, but not really.
Okay.
Let me see. The name of it is Unyielding Pursuit. It says at 7th level, I learn to use alternate routes such as rooftops or floor conduits to avoid obstacles and turns while I navigate through an area.
Awesome.
I can climb and swim at the same speed as my walking speed, which I think for normal people, their climbing/swimming is like a half or a third of their normal. And I can also use my dexterity instead of my strength when calculating how far I can jump.
Wow.
So that's that. I can basically add a bit more verticality, I guess.
I was going to say, can we please just play What's Up Danger every time when you're doing all of this stuff? Like every time your turn goes, please.
Yes.
It's just like,
I approve.
And that I'll get muted in 3 seconds, but it'll be worth it.
Yeah.
Anyway.
And then I do get another spell as a hunter, which is another big reason why I chose this. I think I'm actually going to pick up a spell called Sound Dampener, which does exactly what it sounds like, except you wouldn't hear it because it's a sound dampener.
It doesn't sound like anything.
Doesn't sound like anything, which I did want to run by you, not because I don't think you'd allow it because it's a spell, but because it's going to change it's going to change some stuff that happens in the story depending on when I use it.
Okay.
Basically, I create a 20-foot radius sphere centered on a point that I choose. Any sound generated by speech, tool, or device is snuffed out. The creatures inside of that space are immune to thunder damage and are deafened. But most importantly, I think, any ability, power, or utility that requires a verbal command does not function in this area, which includes Esper powers.
Wow, neat. Okay.
So Esper powers, well, actually, now that I look at it, I don't know if that's true, because now looking at these spells, they actually don't say anything about having verbal components, unlike in D&D. So
right.
Never mind. I actually don't know if that's going to happen or not.
And one thing I want to note about that, it looks like the sphere is created, but then you can't move it. So, so it's not shifted around even though you have it as concentration. I mean, having said that, I think it's still pretty sweet because it's 120 feet from you, 20-foot radius. You know, it could do a lot of things like I'm going to try to knock down this door, and if you have a 20-foot, radius around it, you're not going to worry about waking up the neighborhood when you're doing it. So,
exactly.
Yeah.
Or making sure that our enemies don't report to their higher-ups or things such as that. So should be interesting use. But yeah, I actually just learned at this very moment. I thought like in D&D you could use it to like mute spells, but I don't think that's the case.
Yeah, because most of them are more sort of innate sorts of things. But cool. I still think there's other value to it. So
definitely. So
that's what you're going to do. Also, Sleepball, do you have a level 4 thing that you're aiming for spell-wise, by the way? Or talent-wise, I should say?
So before I take and transmute, but let me get back to you on that.
Okay, that's fine. All right. So, and Kaz, hit point
wise. For hit points. I'm going to roll. The luck is in the dice.
Okay.
I won't say what I expect it will be. I'm just going to roll it. Here we go. It's a D10. 6, which is just slightly above average. That's great. Okay, so that puts plus my con, so that's 8. So that puts me at 64, I believe.
64 out of 64.
Awesome sauce.
All right.
And I think that's it for me.
All right. Good stuff. Okay, that leaves us with I still have under Aramis, I still have your death save success. It was fine. Everything was fine.
Oh yeah.
But yes, so I've got Aramis and Petra left. Who would like to go next?
Mine's pretty simple.
Okay.
I just get an ability score increase.
Okay.
And I am going to put that into wisdom, which moves it from a 15 to 16. So the bonus goes from 2 to 3.
I love it.
And then I'm going to go for that. I'm going to take that 6 plus my 3 con modifier and add 9 hit points for, it looks like, a total of 65 now.
65 hit points. Yeah. Look at this crew entering that next level.
Amazing.
They are no longer playing the mini clubs. They're up to the Bellagio.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
All right. So there is Petra. And last but certainly not least, Aramis. what do you think, sir? What are you looking at for your level?
I have no idea in respect to anything to do with level 4 talents. I still need to read through the feats to decide whether I want to take an ability score or feat.
Okay.
I did take the average for hit points, so I took the 4 from it's the average for the D6 for the Melders, plus the +3 for Constitution for my my modifier for my Constitution. So I'm currently at 42.
42.
The other thing that's really nice about increasing a level is that my talent points continue to go up, which continues to be a pain in the ass as a resource. So yeah.
Yeah, and there were a lot of.
Yeah, I was using it up last time.
Mm-hmm.
I can imagine that you were. I can imagine.
Yeah, it was kind of crazy. But that we did. You made it through in the end. It was all okay in the end. So. All right.
And
so as you can see, the crew is definitely pumped up and ready. Yes, guys.
I want to mention for the ability score improvement. I think if you just Kat, I don't know if you chose just one ability score to increase, right? You wanted to increase your wisdom, right?
Right. Yeah.
If you increase just one score, it gets to go up by 2, not just 1.
Ooh.
So for you,
Right.
if you said it went from 15 to 16, it would actually go to 17.
Okay. Perfect. I like that.
Although the modifier will be the same at 17 as it is at 16, but you're closer.
And it
But
won't. I was gonna say it won't be the same at
keep
18.
going.
So yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Thank you for pointing that out.
Yeah.
Okay. So, all right. So let's talk a little bit about now that we know these things. Let me reset the scene for everyone a little bit. At the end of our last session, at the very end of the last session, two things happened that were the not as good news for the party. The first bit of not as good news was the loudspeaker that broadcast through much of the Bastion and the entertainment area, the entertainment section that the party was in, crackled back to life, and there were these announcements coming over the waves and over the vid feeds about if you are wearing one of these sim interfaces, take it off, these are dangerous, blah, 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 blah. So like the word came through to the authorities so that these things could be taken off and hopefully would not infect anybody else. But the other bit of news that came through, which was a little bit more uncomfortable perhaps, was that according to Bliss Larkham, when she came back to herself, Bliss Larkham had let the party know that what the Long Winter, the good Long Winter, had told Petra just before reinfusing with Kaz's suit, is that this sort of what the party did, what the decision that Petra made, because the decision basically was kill Bliss, which would have broken the connection but then would have killed her, end her career by basically figuring out a way to break her out of this early, which would have meant that she could have stopped the process but could never connect to a sim again, because if she ever did, the nanobots would redo the process, would immediately complete the process, and she would be taken over. Or the third and most difficult option, which is what Petra ultimately chose to do, which is to convince her to basically not allow anyone else to control her and to essentially control the nanobots herself, essentially engage them and become part of them and wrest the control of them from their original maker, which is what ultimately Petra decided to do and was successful in doing it. The only problem was, in so doing, and Petra knew that this was a risk, but in so doing, this also gave a little bit of a poke, probably, to the looming figure behind the scenes. The looming figure is not necessarily Merrick. It's not necessarily Laris Baladin. It's not necessarily Sleepwell's dad. It's not necessarily Tezora, wherever the hell she is. It's not necessarily any of the contacts that we know. The real issue, of course, is the bad Long Winter, the other broken side, the sociopathic, psychopathic side of the Long Winter, which is somewhere out there in the cosmos, out there in the Silrain Arc. And according to Bliss, the what they had done to save Bliss in this way means that the Long Winter is now aware that this has happened. And the quote was, "is coming," whatever that means to the rest of the party. And so as we dramatically ended our last session, I'm going to have us pick up here a couple of days later. And I want to have us pick up, this is how you're all back to full hit points in case you're curious. I want to have you pick up a couple of days later, and you are currently staying in Bliss Larkham's, basically, essentially her home that is in the Bastion. Now, you have all had some nice places to be. You know, the Hyperlance is a nice ship to hang out on. You know, you've been in some nice places before. But if you remember what it was like when you found Aramis's contact, and you remember how that place was like the wretched hive of scum and villainy, like as seedy as you can get, right? This right here is the opposite. I mean, picture, if you will, just this gorgeous, everything is marble countertops, and I'm not talking plaster marble, I'm talking real, honest-to-God marble that must have been brought here at a fortune. I'm talking like full-length windows that give them a view of not only the bastion, but all of, you know, you can even see aspects of like the suns around Silrain Prime as they circle around, you know, full level, like above California king bed, to jump out of game for a minute. I mean, we're talking like Ashen Forge, Double King, I don't know you know what I'm saying, like huge size beds, right? Much better than an inflatable mattress. This stuff is all great, and the food is top notch and everything. This is what happens when you're a star, and Bliss Larkham has been incredibly grateful to you for all of this. And so you have been able to basically rest in the most, you know, congenial manner that you could imagine, the most you know, a manner that you could very much appreciate. The only thing that has been a problem is that right after the incidents that we described in our last session, security bustled in and, you know, got the stories, read statements from everybody, found out what happened, and immediately took Merrick, who was not dead exactly. I mean, it looked like he might be dead, but seemed to be not dead. Immediately took him off to the medibay, but also took him to the medics so that they could then interrogate him because, you know, he's obviously a suspect in a major crime. So they took him off before you were able to do anything about it. You had actually put up a sort of little bit of a fuss about this, but they were just like, nope, like this is how we do things. We have to figure out what the hell is going on there. You were allowed to go, although the security forces made it clear to you not to try to skip town, you know, don't go leaving the bastion anytime soon. And so what I'm curious about as we get started here, as you are here in the morning of the third day, basically since the events that have been talked about, you're all up to full health, you have all of your full talent points and all that left over. Bliss is currently out. She has been meeting with a couple of her representatives in the hope of getting a new manager, since her old one is quite obviously not going to be returning to his job anytime soon, and she's not going to use him anymore, of course. So she's out looking for new management, and she is currently speaking with her representatives while you are allowed to kind of lounge around back of the apartment. However, you may not be in the new mood for lounging around exactly, so what I'm curious about is, other than resting and healing, what have any of you been doing over the last couple of days to kind of, you know, either heal, get better, find out about things, follow up on threads? Is there anything like that that any of you have done over the last couple of days, let us say, that you want to talk about?
So is her apartment on the mega ship? I lost the track of like where.
Yeah, it's on the bastion. It's in the, not quite in the entertainment sector. There's a sort of a residential area of the bastion, but it's still in the bastion, which is this huge mega complex. So yes, it's still there, but it's in a different part than the entertainment complex where you were.
Okay, yeah, because I mean, exploring the bastion would be of great interest to Sleepwell.
I can imagine. Are you looking for anything in particular, though, Sleepwell? Like, what kinds of things are you looking for?
So, certainly anything that has to do with sort of like either medicine, engineering,
okay,
or Valnas.
Okay.
Especially Valnas and bars that are looking particularly attractive.
I see. I'll make sure to role play every aspect of that. Okay, we will keep that in mind. Okay, I will come back to you about that. What about Petra, Aramis, and Kaz? Where are you all going, if anywhere?
So the question that I have right now is we're kind of resting in Bliss's apartment. We came here for more information about Baluden.
Right.
And as far as we know, here's something that I maybe should have mentioned as we got there, but when we were in that fight and Merrick, I think his name was in the room, and he was, you know, villain exposing to us, and then
Bliss's manager, who it turns out was trying to betray her. Yep.
Then we downed him, but Kaz, who got the final shot, was making it intentionally not lethal.
That's right. He was not dead.
Healed him with a medical kit, and then I actually, as that scene was closing, is when we when we went up to Bliss and then did all that stuff. So what Kaz would have wanted to do is take the restraints from his inventory and restrain Merrick to interrogate him later.
Okay. So that all of that would have happened. The reason, and I promise I'm not trying to ex post facto out of here.
Yeah, no, that's
the
fine.
Security basically, I mean, all of that was the case. And the security actually was very grateful that you didn't just kill him because they want to know what the heck is going on. And so it was one of those things where initially they break through and they're just like rifles and, like pointed at everybody. Like basically everyone stopped, no one moved, do anything, and then they began to sort stuff out. They of course immediately recognized Bliss Larkham, and Bliss was able to tell them what had happened, and then they started, relaxing about all of you, and then eventually came around to being quite grateful to you actually, and was grateful about everything that had happened. But they basically said that they were going to put, Merrick under heavy restraint. They were taking him off to be interrogated as soon as he was back to full health, because you had managed to save him and save his life, but he was still pretty beat up. I mean, you guys had done a lot of damage to him. So that said, yeah, I mean, they were absolutely 100% going to do that. So I would say even if you had wanted to ask them, they probably would have said that they would, like, assuming that once they found out what they needed to from him, they might even let you talk to him after that. That might be a possibility, but they definitely wanted first crack at him. And
got it.
So
it sounds like at some point, possibly as we leave Bliss's apartment, we might get a chance to finally
possibly
get to talk to him.
You could go check that out. I would say yes.
Okay. Aside from that, then Kaz would. No, I can't think of anything else right now. Kaz is just focused on, as always, the main source of their danger, trying to get to the next point where it's no longer danger. But since it seems like the biggest lead they have right now is Merrick, and they're just waiting to see if they can question him,
right?
Kaz is actually gonna just chill and order some of those special Bellari fizzy drinks and just relax.
Yeah.
Did we get money? Did we get any money out of this?
They no, but you're going to get something else, which is going to be pretty impressive. I was really tempted to say that they must have been getting you energy drinks, because
hey,
I'll be here all week. Try the veal.
So I'll have some B fuel for Bellari, not G fuel.
Oh
great.
Man. Yes, Sleepwell. They did not give you money, but they gave you something which might be considered better, which is that they gave out what are known as these. Essentially, they're kind of hero of the bastion chit. So what that means is chit as in CHIT. So what that means is that if you are walking along and you're constantly being, I hate to be, all Blade Runner-y and depressing about this, but you're constantly being scanned in this place. Like, you're constantly being monitored for all these things. And so when they monitor this, basically what that means is it will notify people of something of your previous history that's publicly available. Now, there are regulations and rules about what is publicly available, but one of those things that is very much publicly available is hero of the bastion. Like, unless you chose to hide it, that is something which they will note. And so already you notice, Sleepwell, I'm not going to come to you quite yet overall, but when you start walking around, you've already noticed some people like smiling and nodding at you, and like a couple of people who actually go over and just randomly offer you drinks and things like this, and slap you on the back and stuff like that. So you're definitely
people's liking this. He's swinging this thing around.
Yep. Oh yeah, like
That's actually.
So yes.
It's gonna be my perfect come on line. I'm a hero of the bastion.
Another day, you come here as often as the hero of the bastion does. Yeah.
The only other thing that Kaz would actually be interested in is the reception of the civilians in the bastion after this whole incident happened, because the assumption was that all of them were linked into this thing, and then we heard sounds of screaming when we were trying to pull the visor off of Bliss. So I think the only other thing Kaz would be interested in is how everyone on the bastion is doing, what the rumor mill is.
Right. So the first part of that is one thing that, because of your interest, I assume everyone was looking into this. The civilians on the bastion, even the ones wearing the sim, were mostly okay. There were a number of people that were hospitalized with basically complaining of headaches and like head trauma, things like that. But none of it turned out to be permanent. Some of them have some nightmares. They have some psychotherapy that they're working through and things like that. But it's fairly minor. There was not any kind of extreme trauma that they can note. Although you do know that the authorities are kind of monitoring this closely, and there has been a little bit, it's only been a couple of days, but there has been a little bit of whispering about whether or not there needs to be some kind of greater regulation placed on the issuing of SIM devices. You may remember that part of the way that this worked is that they were just handing these things out like candy, and people were just like, oh, sure. And, so there has been some question about whether or not that's going to happen in the future. Obviously, Bliss Larkham's concerts were put on hold for a few days while she, tried to work out some details. But as far as the civilians, it looks like there has not been permanent damage based on the actions that you took. So that's where things are now. One other note I want to make about the rumors, and this is just a general one. If you want to go out and find more, then I will be able to give you, theoretically, we'll have you do some checks. You might find more. But just one general rumor, though, is this general sense of unease about, there's still a lot of confusion about what actually happened. Right now, the way that it's being publicly portrayed is just that Bliss was taken ill, and so they had to cancel this. There was a feedback thing through the SIM, and so, basically the company's kind of like her representatives, she has a lot of money, so the representatives basically have been saying, we apologize, and several of them have put out a couple of commercials about, in these troubled times, please remember that we're always there for you to give you concerts, that sort of thing, with all black lettering and just slowly phasing in.
Sad music.
Sad music. An occasional dog wanders across the street. So it's amazing. That's like their rapid response team. But no, so basically for the most part, though, there seems to be a general unease, Kaz, from what you can tell, about what really just happened. And so beyond that, you don't know any of the specifics of the rumor mill yet, is what I would say. Okay, Petra and Aramis, what are the two of you doing?
So, are you ready, Johnny, or do you want me to?
No, go ahead.
So Petra has not had a chance to indulge one of the things that she really loves to do for a long time, and that she hasn't been under circumstances that allowed it. So she's hoping that Bliss Larkham has a kitchen. And not only that it's full of interesting ingredients, and Petra can happily go in and plunder and just spend some time relaxing and cooking.
Not only does Bliss have a kitchen, Bliss has a kitchen with some of the finest, because Bliss usually uses a particular kind of smoothie concoction. So, for example, the Vitamix 3000, which moves at this astonishing number of revolutions per second and blends smoothies within about 10 seconds of actual Earth time, Terra time. So, there's some serious equipment here for sure.
That's what Petra's doing.
Actual temperature in the future, by the way, in these things using, of course, powered by Sorium. There are these Sorium stoves that are called absolute temperature value stoves. So when you hit 400, it immediately hits 400 in the oven. There's no pre-bake.
Wow.
It's just pow, 400. Stove, same deal. So, there's, as far as ingredients, you do notice, Petra, there's a phenomenal kitchen. Not so much on the ingredients. That seems like it's kind of like a... You wonder if it's sort of still in the shrink wrap, this kitchen, a little bit. It hasn't been used very much.
Well, I'm wondering, is there some way of ordering groceries in or something like that?
Probably, and certainly as the hero of the Bastion, you could probably go to a couple of these local places and deliver. Drones do a lot of the delivery around here also, yes.
So those of us that eat food eat very well for a few days.
Absolutely.
Right, because
That's all right.
Cooking.
I'll throw it in my suit, let it slosh around a bit, and appreciate the texture.
There you go.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Good stuff. All right. So Petra's been doing some top level cooking. Aramis, what about you?
Wait, I got a question.
Sure.
Can Bellari feel texture inside of their suits?
We're gonna say yes.
Esper power, feel texture. It's a prime talent.
Yep.
And
Bellari level 8. New
level 8.
Yeah. Sense chicken.
What did I come back to?
Sense chicken.
even with, you know, any type of rapid healing or spells or whatever that might, you know, come in, or talents that might come in technology, Aramis is going to spend most of his time meditating and healing.
Okay.
And just kind of like staying like isolated and away from everybody else as he's just trying to, you know, sort this all out. But occasionally, he will come out of whatever room he's staying in, and just start to kind of look around, you know, and be almost like a little bit lost. And then occasionally he'll like listen, and then he'll duck down and look under a table, kind of get back up, kind of listen again, you know, look around a corner, maybe behind a door, listen some more, and then shake his head and just go back into the room where he is, taking whatever little meal that Petra has prepared, and then meditating again. And in his sleep, if anybody is walking by, you might hear him mumble something, but it's incoherent, but he's definitely calling out for something. And that's basically what he does for his downtime.
Wow. That's dark. I have this image of you doing that, and meanwhile Petra's like, "You want eggs? Because I could get you some eggs." Like,
pudding, I'll make you custard, dumplings. Here you go.
No amount of eggs.
you have to feed grief, you know.
Kindness.
But anyway, okay. So, all right. So you're doing all of that. And I guess what I'll do is I'm going to come to Sleepwell as you're out and about, Sleepwell, and you're looking through the Bastion. So you were looking in particular, I think, for a bar, let us say. Well, you were looking at medic, engineering, and then bar, I think, were the three places.
I mean,
you
so
had.
like, and
are you prioritizing those? Like any?
Yeah. So bar first.
Okay.
And really just sort of like, I mean, he's definitely a young cat in love, or wanting to be, but he's also like, he wants to really kind of like get a sense of what's going on right now. Like he's, you know, very mistrustful of the people that have led him on this mission, and you know, he's still thinking about his dad. So he's definitely keeping his ears out, and is not above using his new status as hero to try and get people to talk to him. But then the engineering part, like he's very curious in general about like how this place is set up and works, but he's interested in getting in front of a computer console to see if he can start tracking down information about his dad.
Okay.
And then with medical stuff, he wants to acquire medical stuff, like, you know, salves and stuff that perhaps would be useful when Esper powers run out.
So we're talking bar, and then engineering, and then medic. Is basically that's the order. Okay.
Yeah.
So I like that we're starting with the bar. Then if I'm still coherent, we'll
yeah,
start
exactly. I mean, priorities. You said priorities.
Yeah.
No, I know. I get
it. He
I
needs to work up to searching for his dad.
I see the workflow. All right. So we'll start with the bar. So there are many bars all across the Bastion, and you have a choice also, Sleepwell, in that you could. The bars that are around here, there are a couple of very upscale, I mean, I guess you could call them a bar, but it's a little like calling a Ferrari a car. Like, it is one, but, you know, come on. Like, right? It's this is more upscale.
Yeah, next level.
And next level. And it is actually called Studio 35. Very impressive looking, you know that it's got a long history. Apparently there was a lot of partying back in the 2170s, like a lot of stuff, you know, that you can find here. And so it's very expensive, but is also, you know, like I say, like real high class. Then you've got the sort of medium level bars that are more for just sort of the regular everyday person, not really working class. There's a lot of touristy stuff associated with that, but the quality of the drinks tends to be, you know, a little bit higher also. Then if you want to venture down more into the Bastion, there are places that are catering more to the, I just got off of work and saved up all week so I could blow an hour and my salary on drinks, right? It's that kind of a place. Right. So it depends on what you're looking for, which one of these three you're interested in.
I think at this point, Sleepwell is riding high and is just going to go to the place that he probably will never be able to get into again. The highest class Ferrari of bars.
The Ferrari bars. So There is a place not far, actually, from Bliss's apartment, and it is called, which is ironic given Bliss's own makeup, the Noble Kesh. And the sign that is there on a vid screen right in front has this very dramatic looking Kesh, not looking unlike Bliss actually, with arms folded, kind of looking out the horizon, double suns behind them, silhouetting them, like very dramatic, you know. And there is actually a person who's probably a Promethean outside the door, standing there, dressed to the nines, like ultra modern suit and the whole business. Although you also note that as a Promethean, they look like they could handle themselves if need be. You wonder if this is like a maitre d' who also doubles as a bouncer when need be, you know, that type of thing. But in any case, when you come up, they see you and they said, "Oh yes, may I help?" And then you can see the scan. They have one of the they have a little mini vid screen which is just in front of one eye, and they kind of scan it. "Oh, well, it is Ludicrous Sleepwell, hero of the Bastion. It is an honor for us to welcome you to the Noble Kesh. Have you come seeking anyone in particular, or can I escort you through to the suite?"
Oh, I would love to be escorted and pampered and taken around. I've never been in a place like this, but you know, as a hero of the Bastion, I thought maybe this would be my one chance to see what there is to see here.
Well, if you continue to do the sorts of things you've already done for the Bastion, I can't imagine this will be your last time at a place like this. It's no question that good fortune is coming your way. And speaking of fortune, I should mention that we will simply list this off as clicked to the tab which is placed. If you'd be so kind as to just hand over the tab link, I will make sure to do that at a, of course, substantial Hero of the Bastion discount, of course.
So what exactly is
so right
link?
Exactly, and what I've just described is something you're like, wait, what? And she sees that you don't totally know what she's talking about. She says, "Oh yes, well, perhaps we can get that started for you. You see, in the Bastion, everyone has an account that they're able to draw from that is maintained by Bastion's central control. All of the money that you use and so forth all taps back into that system. If you like, though, I can immediately set you up with an account, and then we can just tag you. And just as a reward for starting out today, plus the discount as being a hero of the Bastion, we are proud to give you 1,600 cubal as a starting cost, just on the Noble Kesh." She smiles and nods. Now, 1,600 cubal, by the way, sounds like a lot. I mean,
Yeah.
you know.
Right. Yeah. I'll have to ask for prices of drinks, but I'm like, yeah, set me up.
So
My name is
so she gets ready, you know, to type
My
in.
name is Ludicrous Sleepwell.
Okay, and her eyes, like, you see her eyes flashing back and forth, and it occurs to you, you see mirrored in her little, you know, mini eye thing, what looks like a little mini keyboard, and it looks like her eyes are basically like L, U, like they're essentially going across and like typing these out.
Like an Android phone, but with her eyeball.
Exactly. And probably just as obnoxious, as annoying as my Android phone when I try to use those things. But anyway, so goes through this, and then she hands it over to you. And you can see that she hands over this very nice looking, basically it's a drive, right? Like looks like a little USB drive that's got a cred stick kind of look on it. But this one has on the front of it basically a mini little, almost like holographic vid screen, and it has your smiling face rotating in the vid screen, like on the little thing. And she says, and she hands it over to you and smiles widely. "Here you are, sir."
Thank you so much. Yes, please show me the works.
And she smiles and she says, "Certainly." And she gestures, and as she gestures, the doors open up like that, like just this beautiful sound. And inside is this lovely sort of flowing, you think they might even have called it some kind of classical music of some kind in the past. You know, you've been in a lot of different places where there's been music that's kind of like, you know, the dun, dun, burr, burr, you know, like trance music and all this stuff. This is not, I mean, this is definitely at a higher level. And in fact, I need to go find this higher level right now. Not I Know an Ogre Fair and True from Greenforge Games. I mean, that's great and all that, but I'm looking for something a little more classy. All right, give me 1 second here. Yes, I think, perfect. Yes, indeed. I shall add this to the game. And so I didn't add this here because I didn't know we were going to be using this, but so, I mean, you know, like classical music just flows. You come in, you think that it's something by Johann Sebastian Björk. You don't really totally know what it is. Clearly
Famous
Valna, though. I
Valna
mean,
composer.
definitely Valna, one of the finer, Valna
right.
composers.
Yeah.
And so you're walking through, and you see people here that are just dressed to the nines of all different kinds. You see Eldori here, you see Prometheans, humans, Valna, Ashenforged, all different kinds of people who are there. Most of them sort of see, and you notice that everyone seems to be smiling at you, Sleepwell. You walk by the tables, they all look at you, they nod and smile. Some of them scan you and then sort of, nod and raise a drink to you and sort of, toast you as you walk by. And
I am like more finger gun than cat right now. Just...
so yeah, you finger gun your way past them. And she brings you up these beautiful wide marble stairs. There is just the faintest image of what looks like shimmering water, as if there's a waterfall flowing down each of these doors as they open up in front of you. And you are brought to this suite. Now, as you step on the floor of this suite, the floor is sort of soft and spongy slightly, so it's almost like you were being sort of nurtured, cozied, welcomed into this place. And you're brought over to this wide table, and she sits you down at this table. You're there. It's a big room. You're all alone, near yourself. And she says, "Now, is there anything I can get you started with? Perhaps any entertainment you'd like on the vid screens?" And she waves a hand, and suddenly the entire wall is just filled with any vid screen you could ever conceivably want. And she says, "Or perhaps something more of the view." And she lifts her hand, and the window opens to reveal... Remember that scene from Blade Runner where they first walk in and the sun is flowing? It's the first time that he meets Rachel Rosen, and he says, "Oh, it's a little bright in here." And the guy comes in and waves his hand, and like the curtain draws. That's what's like, this beautiful light sun, just not too much to blind you, just enough to light the scene. And she says, "We could give you this view as well, sir. The view of the Bastion and Silrain Prime. It makes you feel more a part of the universe, we like to say here at the Noble Kesh. What can I get you started with?"
This is all very wonderful and dazzling, but I was hoping to mingle a little bit. Being a hero sure does give me few opportunities to socialize with maybe other Valna, and I haven't seen many Valna in all of my many, many, many heroic adventures. I'm wondering, maybe there's a Valna who's kind of like hip to technology that around here?
And she thinks about it, and there is just a actually, make an insight check for me, please, Sleepwell.
Oh, okay.
First roll.
What the hell is my insight? That's a great question.
I've got to pull this music out more often. I just feel the class is just filling.
Yes.
It is the Brandenburg Concerto No. 1 by
I'm very
Bach, by
good
the
at
way.
insight.
Bach is my favorite composer by a long way, so.
Sorry, just pulling up things.
That's all right. More chance for you to listen to Brandenburg Concerto No. 1.
Yep.
I hope chat feels it. It's just the class, chat. The class. Okay. You get this, just Sleepwell, just for a moment, when you bring up the whole Avalna who likes technology, there's just a kind of like, you see her just slightly, like her eyes flicker a bit, almost as if she's like, what? And then she's like, well, I certainly will see what I can do, sir. Perhaps there is somewhere out in our clientele who is also looking to, as you put it, mingle. Would you like any drinks while I'm out there?
Yeah, can you bring me a list?
And she says, absolutely. And she waves a hand, and on the screen appears like this huge array, and they're broken down. Like you can actually like reach out just with your hand and in the air swipe up and down, and they'll kind of like rotate up and down. And it looks like, again, there's all kinds of drinks, and they're all different types. You notice that they all say things like sourced directly from the planet, or brought, this vintage brought from Terra Prime, 200 years ago from blah, 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 this sort of thing. So it describes, you notice though also, Sleepwell, that you don't see any prices anywhere.
Right. I didn't expect to.
Bad sign.
And so like, so I lean into her and I say, I'm partial to milk drinks. if you've got anything with milk in it, but I can only have a little bit, because grown cat, I become lactose intolerant. So you got any small little drinks that are milk based? I'm trying to sort of like cover the fact that I want something cheap.
Absolutely
Yes.
no. She says, certainly, I think we can manage something. In fact, if I just sort this out, how Sleepwell became an indentured servant. That's funny. If it's like if I just sort this out, and she kind of moves her hands together like this, and like the list sorts, and all of a sudden there's a few milk drinks, and as you look at the description of the milk drinks, they all look like taken directly from the planet of O at the time of the beginning with the 3 planets in conjunction. Like every description of every drink is a paragraph, basically. And there are 3 milk drinks that seem to be, what you're talking about. And she says, so I'd be certainly happy to bring you a sampler of one of these, sir.
Very interesting. How much does that run? I just got my 1,600 cubits.
She says, oh, well, the 1,600 cubles would certainly help, sir. I think that this should cover certainly half of that drink, no doubt.
And so then, I say, well, I tell you what, I'm going to just take a look at the menu for a little longer, but I would love when you come back after searching to see if there are maybe some people who are very interested in technology that I could talk to. See what sort of like inspires me.
And she nods. He says, absolutely, sir. And smoothly, she, bows slightly and then removes herself from the room. And so you are here listening to this music, looking at this list. Are you going to look at anything on the list in particular, or are you still
I'm
hoping to find
really
something?
kind of like half panicking now.
You're like scrolling down.
Yeah.
Where's the ketchup? Can I just get ketchup? Like.
No.
So okay, you're going to do that, and this is a good moment for me to pause for just a moment and say welcome everybody to day 49 of Esper Genesis, Altai Media Presents, sponsored as always by Alligator Alley Entertainment. I am joined as always by Johnny Pittman, Kat Rambo, Carlos Hernandez, and Zach Clay. We'll be going on break here in about 10 minutes, so people know, and then we'll be off for about 5 minutes, and then we'll be back for the second half of our festivities. So as you're sort of waiting, one thing that you do notice, Sleepwell, is that this place is all very, as I said, fancy, all to the nines and that kind of thing. But it is true that maybe you were just brought to your own special isolation suite. I mean, that could very well be. But there weren't a lot of people inside this place to begin with, even as you were going by. And there were a lot of people on the Bastion. Now, maybe that's just because this place is, super legit and like super pricey, and maybe that's why. But it does strike you that it's a little strange that there's not more people maybe than that you might have expected to see. Although again, maybe that's just you wishing for company and you're sort of processing it to everything you see. But it's not as busy as you might have expected it to be, let us say.
Interesting. So at this point, I'm going to sort of like get out of this suite where I've been isolated by myself, and I'm going to make myself back to the main room.
Okay. So when you walk back into the main room, you can see that there are people again still gathered around tables, still smiling. And there
more like
are
restaurant style, or are they more approachable?
They are more restaurant style, but they tend to be in groups of 2, you notice. Like there's not a lot of groups of 3. They're these small tables, usually. Sometimes they have little plates in front of them and a couple of drinks, obviously. But there's not really much of a bar as such. I mean, there's no, like go to the bar and talk to the bartender type of thing, is at least.
So there's no bar at all. Okay.
Not really. There is an area where there's like bottles, but you're not clear if that may just be decoration, and it seems to be some kind of a AI, some kind of a drone or AI seems to be actually manning the bar and occasionally looking around the room and then going back to pouring different drinks and filling orders and things of that kind.
I'm actually gonna approach the AI.
Okay.
And
it's just,
I'm just going to say like, hey, what's the cheapest thing on the menu?
It sort of swivels its head. Welcome, Ludicrous Sleepwell, hero of the Bastion. There are many things that can be found here, many drinks for you. Perhaps I can interest you in a little bit of Finnegan's Folly, or perhaps a fireball of demons, very popular these days.
What's the cheapest thing you got?
And there's sort of a pause, and like, we're cheapest, sir. It might be a question.
Yes, what is the least expensive item on your menu?
That would be, and it leans down and picks up and hands out to you this tumbler of some kind of slightly bubbling liquid.
How many cubits is this?
He says, "This, sir, is on the house."
Great, I take it. I just take it.
Okay.
And I'm gonna just use this to carry it around with me as I look, and I'm gonna just try to look to see if some people look interested in talking to me, being a hero of the Bastion.
Okay. You notice that as you're walking around, you notice that people in the tables,
That's killing me.
they are
The Rufinol Deluxe, yeah.
Oh man. As far as root beer, Prince Justin, it would be more expensive than that, all right? I love root beer. But anyway, I should get myself a root beer. I miss it. I haven't had one in a long time. Anyway, so as you're walking around, you notice that everyone continues to sort of look and nod and smile at you, but you do notice that people look at you a little bit more than they did the first time, and it strikes you that you're the only person walking around with a drink without like sitting at a table or anything. So you're like walking by people and they, keep smiling and nodding. But and eventually as you're sort of making the circle and you see some people are talking and occasionally again nodding and smiling, you see the place where you were, the door opens, and the person that you first talked to when you entered comes out, and she sees you and kind of like stops for a minute and then comes down and, "Oh, sir, I had wondered where you had gone. I had just was coming back to tell you what I found. Is there a problem or?"
Oh, no problem. I just I heard this stuff was really rancid, so I just wanted to sneak down and see if I could get a little taste. What is this?
And she looks at the drink and then she says, "I believe, sir, that's water."
But like sourced from like Terra Prime in 1946, right after the war?
No.
I take a big sip of water.
she's like, "That's from the Bastion, sir." Yes.
It's great, man. There's great water here. Hey, so what'd you find?
She says, "Well, if you'd perhaps like to return, I can bring in the person that I have in mind. Someone who might be well suited to speak to you."
Lead the way, please.
So she brings you back into the room, and you sit down, and then she leaves and she says, "I'll be back in just one moment, sir. Just want to let her know." And she smiles and goes down the stairs. And there's a minute that passes, and then the doors open. Now I need to ask you a very quick question here, Sleepwell, which I'm going to do in Zoom chat because I think this is true, but I just want to confirm.
Going to Zoom chat presently.
Okay. So, okay. Walking through the door, Sleepwell, is your sister.
What?
And your sister walks up the stairs slowly, kind of looking at you, dressed very nicely, but unquestionably your sister. And sits down and looks up at the Promethean, and the Promethean smiles and says, "I hope you will find this of value, sir," and smiles and then walks out.
So
And the door closes, and you are looking at Lamalkai Fangsink, your sister.
right. So those of you who may have not seen this, Ludoku took the name Ludoku Sleepwell for his mentor, who was killed by his family in what they called the Rending. And the crime of his mentor was teaching now Ludoku to use technology. His original name was Jobitio Fangsink, and so Jobitio was part of a traditional Valna family. Father Remak, he's not doing so well, as you remember from other episodes. But Lamalkai is his eldest sister, and she is militant and untroubled by, or at least at last he knew, like militant and untroubled by the fact that Ludoku's the mentor Ludoku had to be rended for committing crimes against Valna. So seeing her here right now, what is her expression? Does she look happy to see me?
She looks. Make an insight check for me, Sleepwell, because it's not obvious immediately. And also the fact that you're like, what? Like,
yeah. I mean, I hear you. Okay, not great.
She does not look angry. I mean, the last memory that you have of, and I'm sorry, Lamalkai, not Lamalkai. Is it Lamalkai or Lamalkai?
Lamalkai is
Lamalkai,
the way
right?
I was thinking. Yeah.
So I'm going to try to emphasize the second syllable. So the last time that you saw Lamalkai, and this actually also connects with the last time you saw your dad. The time before you last saw your father. You know what I mean? When you were first trying to when you were trying to get away. Lamalkai was, as you say, angry, like deeply angry and deeply like committed to doing whatever was necessary. This was a traditionalist, as far as you knew, and in a way, a lot of the weight of the Volna pride and her family's, the Fang Sink family's honor and so forth, seemed to rest with her, at least for a future generation.
Yeah.
Here, she looks more. First of all, she looks older, and I don't just mean older as you would have expected it, but looks. She has sort of lines around her face in certain spots around her eyes. They might be lines of worry, and she looks as if she looks very weary, is a good way to put it. And as she sees you, her reaction seems kind of searching, anticipating almost. And she kind of looks in and she says, Jabidio, it's good to see you.
It's Ludoku now.
I'm talking about your own name, not the one you took from someone else.
Yeah, the one I took because of what my family did, which made me leave you and never, ever decide to come back. What are you doing here?
And she, I should have mentioned that she had a drink with her that she has in front of her. And she
does it look translucent like water?
No, does not.
I want to know what kind of money she's waving around.
Right. Yeah, it does not look translucent, no. And she kind of swirls it around in front of her, and she puts this down. Hey, what's up, Club Penguin? She puts it down and she says, I've been looking for you. I've been looking for you for many cycles now. Because... And she stops and she says, from what I hear, you already know why.
Yeah. How's Dad?
I was going to ask you the same thing. I haven't seen him.
Oh, well, I can fill you in on a few details then. He is basically defelinized. This is what Val would say when dehumanized instead. He's been completely defelinized. He is riddled with technology now. Yes, our father, Grumak, is now absolutely covered in biotechnology, and he doesn't seem to be in control of himself anymore. It seems like someone, maybe the shadow technocracy, has taken so much interest in him, or he could have bargained with them to find me, that he has more or less died in terms of the man that you and I once knew.
So she hears this, and you can see her fist has been tightening the whole time, and she just... And she kind of like pounds, and there's this growl that comes from deep in her throat. And she stands up and turns and stares at the sort of screen in front of her. I knew it. I knew this would happen.
So what do you know?
She shakes her head and she turns and looks at you. And her face is a mixture of just rage, and there's probably some sadness there also. As you knew, your sister and your father were always pretty close. And she sort of comes over and sits down heavily again and says, when you left, the family wanted you back. You know that. And Father told us we had to find you at all costs. You were going to bring dishonor to us. You had already done so. You do more of it. You were impulsive. You were young. You were stupid. He told us we needed to find you before you slit your own throat in a back alley somewhere. And so he told me to go, and I went. You know how he was. I searched for you for months with nothing, and then I heard from the family that Father had disappeared. He had said he was going to track down some rumors he heard, some inside information. He wouldn't tell anyone what it was. He just said that it sounded like it was coming from your people. And she kind of spits out the people part. And so I wanted to know what happened. He said that he left, and he hadn't returned and hadn't checked in. I was still out looking for you, and I figured if anyone was going to know where he was, it was going to be you. You certainly know how to get yourself lost. I thought maybe you might have a chance of getting yourself found.
Well, so here we are. You had no idea I was going to be in the Bastion. I was here incognito doing things that you don't even understand for the sake of things that you don't even understand. And yet here I end up in the ritziest place I've ever seen in my life, drinking water because I can't afford anything in here. And here you come waltzing in. There's more to this story than you're telling me.
And she kind of gives a slight kind of Volnian grin, and she says, I'm glad you haven't changed much. It's good to see that you've always had the suspicious nature hasn't left you totally. I found out that you were on this level of the Bastion. I tracked you to the Bastion in the first place because we got information. You know that Volna do have an intelligence service, don't you? You've heard this, Jabidio, before, haven't you? That we do know something about the outside galaxy, not just our own planet?
I mean, of course you do. But Fauna just cannot have the kind of reach that you would have for you to be able to track.
Of course not. And she stands up. Of course. Of course. How could we possibly know anything at all about someone like you, Jabidio, the smartest of all Volna, the one who knows more than the rest of the Volna? How could we ever find you? That's always how it's been. Your stupidity is such that we were able to track you easily. You leave a trail a parsec wide. And she seems, just before you answer, she seems that she's saying this. Also, I am aware that we're going to take a break after this convo. I haven't forgotten. Also, she seems to be, the read is almost, she is upset, but you don't normally, the feeling you always got from Lamalkai is that she was like scolding you when she wasn't angry at you. This is not the feeling is she seems just deeply agitated in general, for whatever that's worth.
She seems really agitated at me.
You don't know if it's at you. She's
Okay.
just really agitated and upset.
So, really easy to track me, but Dad, who basically has become a cyborg right now, you have no idea about. But you know that I've had encounters with him. See, you aren't adding up. And so, just like you've always done, you're trying to control the situation by asking a lot of questions and then putting on these airs and not actually thinking before you talk, because everything that you say is trying to be a bullying of the conversation.
Oh, for cat's sake, would you let it go for a moment, Jabidio?
I am not letting anything go with you. I let you all go and you came here. So now if you're going to be here, you're going to answer my questions. I want to know who's giving you information about me.
She kind of growls. Volna intelligence picked up transmissions. They were supposedly routed to someone who was identifying themselves as having information about a group of people. There was an Ashenforged, probably 2 of them. There was a Belare, and a couple of others, including a Volna. Supposedly it was connected somehow to you. I didn't know where this intelligence came from. I tried to follow up on it. It came from anonymous sources. But the thing is, they came from multiple anonymous sources at the same time. It wasn't just one place, one informant. It was multiple places, multiple informants, multiple data streams. You, or someone like you, Jubidio, is on the vids right now, on the streams right now, in multiple places. Some kind of central processing has gotten a hold of your information, and they're spreading it wide, especially in the last couple of days where it's picked up considerably. You are not, my brother, incognito.
So at this point, I'm going to walk up to her and say, it's like, well, you found me. Or I should say, you found Ludiku Sleepwell. If you want anything to do with me anymore, you will never call me that other name again. If you do, you're out of my life. And I'm not the boy that you knew a few, years ago. I'm a little different now, and I will back up what I say.
So she kind of looks you up and down, and then she kind of gradually moves in and sniffs. Now, in other cultures, this would probably be seen as super creepy. In Volna culture, this is, Sleepwell, an almost primal aspect of sense. It's kind of where the Volna is reading. It's like the greatest sense motive that ever lived. You know what I mean? It's really trying to pick up on it. And so she leans back and she says, all right, I'll respect what you want to be called. If you'll please just answer one question for me. Why take on the name of someone else? Don't you care about what the family was? What it used to mean, anyway?
Sleepwell at this point takes a big drink of water, just languorously sipping, and then he smashes the glass on the ground and gets very close to her and says, "You killed Ludiku, so I am Ludiku!" And he walks away.
Does he walk away all the way leaving, or just walk away back to the table?
He walks away from her, backs off of the table, and then sits down and says, like, "So, sister, are we going to look for Dad now?"
I think that's a good spot for our break. You have been watching so far episode 49 of Esper Genesis, Altai Media Presents, and I hope you're enjoying it. That's some good RP from Carlos. I am going to give everyone here about a 5-minute break. We will return on the other side, and we will find out about this and what's going on with cooking with Aramis, and with cooking with Aramis, and with Kaz's preparation for what happens next. So stick with us. We'll see you folks in a little bit.
Oh my god.
It's awesome.
So good.
Back in 5, folks. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Oops, let me unmute myself and the team so you can all hear them. I'm sure you'd like to. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome to day 49 of Esper Genesis as we return for part 2 of this adventure. We will be here until about a little over an hour. We'll be here till about 11:40 Eastern or so. And as we are going, I do want to remind everybody that if you like what you see in here, please support the channel and also support Alligator Alley Entertainment. I know that they are managing, the store is hanging in there as best they can, which is the store that is owned by Brian Dalrymple and is the one who's one of the co-owners and co-founders of Alligator Alley. But you know, it's a pandemic and it's been rough on everybody, and game stores have been hit hard as well. And so they're doing the best they can, but any support that you can give them is helpful. And one of the things you can do is if you're looking for stuff to play at home, you can always order something directly from Alligator Alley Entertainment. And if you're looking for information about this game, you can go over to DriveThruRPG and you can support them. The threats database right now, I think, is number 60 on the hottest list over on DriveThruRPG. And my little Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, which both Kat and Carlos have contributed to, is a silver seller over on DriveThruRPG, so that's doing well also, and it's coming out in print soon. So anyway, all of those are ways to support this, and I should say, at the risk of having people have the adventure spoiled for them a little bit, that part 10 of the adventure that we are playing through right now as we speak, although with some heavy modifications by yours truly, but the basic shape of that adventure, Shadow with the Zephyr, part 10, Aftermath, has just come out, and you can check that out also over at DriveThruRPG. So just a little bit of a plug, because the Alligator Alley guys are great people and we want to support them as much as we can.
Here, here.
But moving back to this, so I am also very much in favor of the cooking stream, but I did want to mention, because I had just seen this before and I realized that I had not shown this, and I wanted to show what you're all looking at. So I'm going to jump back to the apartment for just a moment, so that I can show people what we're looking at. So give me just 1 second here. Okay, here we go. All right, this is going to go on to the stream. I want to show you what the folks are looking at. They are on the top floor of this place, which is too big. I'll reduce the size. There we go.
Oh.
So, you know, welcome to the high life. And I would say that Sleepwell is pretty close, actually, to the top of that area, you know, very nearby it also. So basically, you are, the crew is in one of the outer areas here, not at the very tippy top, but pretty close. And the Noble Kesh is close by, as there's this, you know, bar slash, you know, club or whatever, that is also close by. So it is, you know, this is as nice as it gets with this beautiful view of the rest of the bastion sort of around them. I do want to ask as well, because Sleepwell goes out to do this. Petra, as you're doing cooking and Aramis as you're doing meditating, I guess I would ask, is there a time limit on any of this where you're going to say, hey, I want to go do something? And that's not at all saying you should. I just want to get a sense of you're fine staying where you are for a bit or not. I just wanted to know, based on your own activities, and Kaz too, for that matter.
Yeah, Kaz is just waiting until we can get a chance to question Merrick, and if we find out that that's no longer a possibility, then Kaz would probably have us talk about what's next, of where to find Balyodin and how to finish this stuff.
Okay.
But yeah, so he's just waiting for the Bastion people to tell them if they can question Merrick or not.
Okay. What about Aramis and Petra? You're muted, I think, Kat.
Well, and I was saying incredibly important.
No, I know. I could tell.
I know. But Petra's kind of exploring the local cuisine, and one thing she'll do is if she finds any ingredients where she's like, wow, we need some of this aboard the Hyperlance, she's basically going to get a few crates delivered.
Hyperlance Garden?
Ooh.
Absolutely. Hyperlance Garden. Yeah, there is actually a place that you can order from, which is pretty expensive, Petra, but it's basically heavily organic. And now they all say locally sourced, which is a little silly because you're on the Bastion. So how exactly is it locally sourced? Except that you do know that the Bastion does have these hydroponic gardens that are in one area, which is a big deal for a lot of the sim stars and stuff like that. And so that's one of the reasons that they're there, as I noticed that suddenly Sleepwell has become Aramis, who has become Sleepwell, who has become... Hold on just a moment. Okay, there we go. Sleepwell's back to where he was. Aramis is back to where he is. We're all good now. We're
I
thankful.
feel like it's going to happen again, though.
We shall see.
Johnny's stuck in a smiling expression, which is not usual.
He's just there. He's just like, no,
Oh,
he's
there
back.
he is.
He's good.
Okay.
He's back. He's safe to go. That was funny, though. It's just... Okay. So anyway, so there are these hydroponic gardens, and they do have some very interesting and sourced herbs, like different kind of mixes of old style, terra herbs that you know of, like basil and thyme, and quadra root, which is a kind of essentially a 4-rooted hybrid, which is a little bit like a cross between it's sort of like a spiced potato, and things like this. So there's many different, things like that. So you could order from these places. It is pricey, but it's probably within your budget if you're willing, especially if you're willing to wave around the whole Hero of the Bastion thing,
I feel we have earned our right to at least a substantial discount on these ingredients. So yeah, I'll blow a little money and make sure that we're going to eat well for a while.
Okay. All right. So some of these things come in, and there's a certain point, Aramis, where in between Kaz is you're kind of waiting and preparing, and Aramis is, meditating and periodically coming out and looking for something. You notice that there are more and more like these boxes piling up. And as you come out, you keep seeing more boxes, and then a couple of them are open, and you see these like green shoots of plants kind of looking, and Petra is always kind of in between and all. No. Really? Mrs. Dunsel,
Yeah.
really?
I heard about that too, but I wasn't going to say anything.
Oh my god. What?
It was colon cancer.
Yep.
Oh my god, I didn't know that.
Nobody
2020.
did. No.
Oh my god, yeah, 2020, can you please? Oh my god, that's awful. Wow. Yeah, boy.
What did I just miss?
Chadwick Boseman died.
Although I don't know if he has the internet to take it.
He probably just heard chat.death, like, oh great. Yeah, no, that's all. Yeah, no. I'm glad you brought it up, Mrs. Dunsel, only because I didn't know oh jeez. Wow.
Yep.
Welp, did you hear that, Johnny?
Well, no, I didn't.
Okay. So
In Zoom chat.
yeah, Kat put it in Zoom chat. Wow. That's awful. I mean, 2020. God, what a year. I mean,
There's
like,
look, my disposition at this point is there's got to be light at the end of this tunnel. That's
I know.
where I'm
I mean,
at
like,
right now.
I can't imagine. Oh yeah. Sorry, Rudnell. Yeah, he played Black Panther. Yeah, he was of cancer. I know, of colon cancer. Oh boy. That's awful. I'm very sorry to hear that. The Black Panther, I finally got a chance to see earlier this year for the first time after not, for whatever reason, missing it, and it was well worth the wait. And he was tremendous in that role in Black Panther. That's awful. Well, we will continue to go forward and tell our own stories, but boy, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry, where was I? I completely got thrown off of that.
You're talking about crates of
Oh yes, crates of
plants.
food. So crates of plants, and yeah, these little like sort of shoots that are just kind of right above the top of the top of the boxes and whatever, as if someone's been opening them and looking into them. And once in a while, Kaz, you look and you see Petra, kind of going in, like leaning over a box, and then kind of either nodding or shaking her head or whatever, and then like taking some things back into the kitchen and whatever. So you can find a good set of these herbs that should last a while, and supposedly, according to the instructions from the hydroponic garden, if you're careful about the way that this is rendered, you can actually you can actually maybe even replant these and keep them yourself on the Hyperlance, if you can figure out a way to install a hydroponic garden of your own on the Hyperlance. But so it's very nice, very good stuff. It looks like a lot of seedlings and the like. And Aramis says you're doing this thing where you're going out and like meditating and then coming back in. Is there any point at which you stop doing that, or are you going to wait until people sort of come to get you?
Aramis seems incredibly lost, or incredibly aloof. I should probably more put it. But not in a way that looks sad, just in a way that he's just continuing to do this particular activity. It's inconceivable as to why he's doing it, though. It's completely out of character for him. So, So yeah, he's basically gonna wait until he's engaged.
Okay. Okay. So, in that case, I am going to... Yeah, that's right. He was Jackie Robinson. I forgot about that. Yeah. Man. I'm going to jump back to Sleepwell. When Sleepwell, when we last left our hero, Sleepwell had just said, are you going to help me find Dad, basically, or something to that effect. And so Lamalki comes over after you say this and sits down and picking her way around the broken glass on the ground, and sits down and says, look, Father sent me out to find you, but whatever he told me can't be important based upon what we need to actually do now. The family, the rest of them back home, they're not going to understand. But is he gone? I mean, gone forever? And she says, and then she stops herself. Ludiku? Is she gone forever? Is he gone forever?
We gotta find him to know what's left of him. But I gotta tell you, I'm not optimistic. Just imagine our father bristling with technology inserted into his flesh. It's just not him.
You could see her lips almost curl in like a sneer, like the kind from when you've got a bad scent, like a...
Right. She's having the Fleming response.
Yeah, like, and
right.
She says, do you know anyone who did this to him?
I don't even know if it was done to him. So
he would never choose this on his own.
That's what I would have thought before I saw him, but my recollection is that he was not altogether unwilling to undergo this, and I think he might have made a devil's bargain to try to find me.
But and she kind of shakes her head, and he wouldn't do that, Sleepwell. He wanted to find you, yes, but there was a change. He went out trying to find you. He told us to go. But the last couple times I reported into him, he said the last time he was worried about you. He didn't know what was going to happen. The next thing I know, I told you, the family said that he had some lead. And he went out to find him. And at this, the door opens, and the person from the Noble Kesh comes in and sort of stops as she looks down at the floor and kind of the broken pieces and kind of looks up. And is there any concern that I can address?
No, sorry about the glass. Put that on her tab, if you would, please.
And she kind of looks, and Lamalki doesn't say anything, just kind of,
All right. No, this was a tremendous find. Thank you so much. Do you know that this is my sister? Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. All right, give me 1 second. I have a daughter assist thing I need to do. I'll be right back.
Gotcha.
All right.
In the meantime, we will wrap.
Presents. Because it's Christmas. Please let it be Christmas already.
I know,
2020, please be
seriously,
over.
right? Yeah. Or yeah, New Year's Eve. Ball is dropping in 3, 2, 1.
Man.
Is there something we can do to mess with Greg's head by the time he gets back? I'm trying to figure out.
Could all leave and come back so the cameras are switched, but he knows that.
Yeah, he
that
knows.
happens.
He's probably had players pull all sorts of shenanigans. Too bad.
What would be fun one time is if we all get green screen versions of each of our usual backgrounds, and then somehow we all meet up and are actually I'm at Carlos's house, and then Carlos is at Kat's house, and
I like that.
we look like we're not where we are, or maybe, I don't know. Well, that's making me think when all this is over, when we could all finally get together, possibly for a Gen Con game, or
Oh my God, that would be so
all be
much
in person.
fun. That would be nice.
Yeah, I mean, we can think about how to exploit the Zoom backgrounds, but if you lean back or whatever, and if you could just be faded out, and you could just show your mouth, but then you put a background, I would put a background of you, Zach, but only my mouth would be showing, and it would be like the Conan O'Brien skits, where it would just be my mouth moving, like that.
You guys are good. There used to be a cartoon, and it was like the world's creepiest cartoon, because to say this is very old school, they had basically, it was a face, and then they put live lips.
Oh yeah.
Talking. Do you guys remember that? It was so weird.
Well, there was that orange, right? That orange.
Yep.
That was one of the more recent ones. But I think there was an old Captain America where they used to do that. It was basically a comic book, but they had the lips moving, and it was freaky deaky.
They used to do that in SpongeBob all the time too. Sometimes. That's funny. Did Johnny rejoin already?
No, he vanished. He's going to come back in audio. So for those just joining us, we have killed our crew member Aramis. You can see.
Right. But the good news is that we defeated the Dungeon Master finally. So he has been evaporated from existence, and we won Esper Genesis.
Yep.
The universe is ours.
Now we narrate the rest of the story.
That's right.
And
Yeah.
No, nonstop. We totally won. We win.
Yeah.
We did.
Yeah, we're level 97. Oh, the chair.
Now it's the boss.
Yeah, the
boss fight now.
Second phase.
The chair.
Yes.
Chair always wins though.
Out. It's like big eyes open in it.
I hope that chair is comfortable. Here we got me and Carlos. I know have gaming chairs. Kat, what's your chair like?
I have actually a broken high stool. I'm in the middle of, but it's not really that comfortable.
You
Sorry,
are
that
floating in
sounds-
space, though.
I'm just like, welcome to the glamorous life of a writer, sitting on one's broken furniture. No, I'm in the process of I treated myself to a really nice desk, and it's coming mid-September, and it has a fancy ergonomic stool that will also magically heal all my back issues.
Wow.
Through
Shine on.
osmosis. That's cool.
So it's a very wet stool.
Yeah, I guess technically.
I know that was so terrible. Like, yeah, suck it right back in, erase it from existence.
Mm-hmm.
For people also coming in, that is also Carlos's alter ego. If you feel the desire to confess,
Oh yes,
on Twitter, you should put the Twitter handle in
That's
the
great.
chat again for people. So people, if you have sins weighing on your soul, Father Carmen, what is it?
Father Camel. I'll put
Father
the link
Camel.
up in the
Okay.
Yeah,
Johnny
put the link in.
said he was coming back as just audio only.
So to catch
Gotcha.
Greg up, Greg, oh shit, Johnny's back. I can't make that joke anymore. Anyway.
Back into
While
just
we're
audio.
waiting, it would help out my character's feed, because it's going to be one of these sort of like site-specific theaters where people will have a chance to, in the theater they'll get some tweets, sent to them and stuff. So like if you confess your sins, basically there's a formula involved. If you just look at the formula that others use, like forgive me, Father, for I've sinned, it has been whatever time length you want to put in,
As opposed to regular confession, which doesn't have a formula at all.
oh no, I mean
just,
that's the whole point. Like it's an abbreviated version of confession,
Mhm,
and
mhm.
then just put in your light and funny, so like don't go dark, don't go super sexy or whatever, go a little sexy but not super.
Wow.
A little sexy is
Just a
always good.
little sexy.
Yeah, but that, like it's meant to be sort of like light and fun. And so, one of my favorites was, forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. It's been 10 minutes since my last confession. I have eaten the plums that were in the icebox and which you were
that's
probably
good.
saving for breakfast. you know?
Nice.
And the punishment I gave that person is they have to go down to hell, where William Carlos Williams is spending an eternity in an icebox for writing that poem and giving him a poetry workshop.
Mm.
That's pretty funny. Cool. All right, so I have that going. All right, Johnny, you back with us in audio? Oop, maybe.
I am.
Okay.
It's still there's still audio issues, or there's still internet issues all around. But yeah, we'll try this.
Okay, it seems like it's a little bit better, so hopefully it'll be the case. Yeah, sorry about that, everybody. I spent much of today setting up a new loft setup for my daughter's bed. So basically, this thing that like
nice.
elevates it up so that she can now put her desk underneath it, and she's like up on the top level of this thing, and like, so yeah, so I spent a few hours, working with her on doing that. And so when she came in, she's like, Dad, I can't get the fan to do anything or whatever because she's like up way high. Then so she's like, can you help out? So anyway,
That's nice.
I did my dadly duties. So
Your dadly duties.
She apologizes again for interrupting.
Aw.
So, yes. So I believe we were talking about the boxes, and then we didn't sleep well. Right. Okay. So, we had just talked about, I'm sorry, you were just talking about, she brought up this thing about the father would never do this. I knew there was something different. And then you were saying something asleep.
Well, the glass was broken on the ground.
Oh, right. I'm
and,
sorry. That's right. Glass
so-
broken, put it on the tab. And then
Yeah.
you were going to say,
So then I was saying, well, this is, I was speaking to the cache. I was saying, this is amazing that you found, this is my sister. You found my sister. How did you find my sister? And I'm looking at the cache maybe a little more intensely and a little less nicely than I have been speaking all this time.
and she nods and she says, well, it was more that your sister found us, sir. She came to us and said that she was looking for you, and she had heard that you were somewhere in the area. When you came in, we brought you back to the suite, and when you asked for someone who might be of value to you, a Navalna who might be interested in technology, she seemed to press all those buttons, I suppose. I hope that I didn't do anything wrong. I certainly was just following protocols of our customers.
And I kind of look back at my sister just to see her mood, but I look back and be like, yeah, she was hired to kidnap me and bring me back to Volna.
And the woman in the cash says, or the Promethean rather says,
oh, she's Promethean. I'm
well,
sorry.
Yeah. The woman is Promethean. The Noble Cash is the name of the place.
Oh, right.
But
Sorry.
this
Yeah.
person
Right.
is, yeah. So she's like, that's, and so your sister doesn't actually do anything to respect, just kind of like waits, and she says, I hope not now, though, maybe, perhaps.
I mean, she'd have
flustered.
to drag me. Yeah, and I was like, oh no, she'd have to drag me out of here dead, and I don't think she's capable of that anymore. Once upon a time, maybe, and then I'm looking at my sister, not anymore.
And Milwaukee just has her arms folded and is kind of like looking at you steadily. And then the Promethean says, right, well, I will just get that cleaned and please let me know if you need anything. And is like literally doing the Homer Simpson like gliding
Right,
out of
disappearing
the
into
back.
the
As the door right. And so your sister, when the door's closed, she says, well, I'm glad, sleep well. It's good to know that you've got some fangs after all. Although I see that the technology interest hasn't left you totally. But...
And I just start laughing at this point. Hasn't left me totally. Oh my god, you should see the constructs I can make now. I could make one that looks like you. It'll be better than you because it won't be you.
And she nods and she says, that's fine. When you're done with these kinds of games, though, sleep well. The person we need to worry about with this technology is our father. I don't have any way of knowing where to track him down next. The only clue I had was you, and after this thing happened with the Bastion, and then you're hero of the Bastion, and I hear nothing about else but everything about the heroes of the Bastion and these people, including this Volna who did all this incredible work. And it didn't take me long to put two and two together since I was already here. I knew that you were near where Bliss Larkham is and came nearby. Thank you, Rob, very much for the host, dude. Thank you, dude. I appreciate it. And she says, and so it didn't take me long to figure out where to go next.
Well, that's for me. And, you've made it clear that you think I'm a pretty easy person to find, but Dad's a lot harder. Do you think this Valna intelligence that's so canny and has such far-reaching tentacles could help us maybe track them down? I can give them what I know, and maybe that would help us triangulate a little bit.
And she nods and she says, I was hoping that you'd be willing to work with it. Yes, I think I can probably pass along some things to them. I only have one bit of information, and I don't know what to do with it. And it's, frankly, a word, basically. Have you ever heard of Stormdark?
I'm, sort of like searching my memory banks. I don't think we've mentioned Stormdark before, so it doesn't sound familiar to me.
Not heard this before.
Yeah, but is that something that I could do a history roll or something to?
Maybe you could possibly. You're pretty confident you haven't heard that. You could try to track down in other fashions, like if you want to do searches, computer searches.
Oh yeah,
or whatever.
yeah. But
as far as
like
in your own memory, I don't think so. This seems like pretty new to you. Yeah.
So I say, can't say that I have, but I'm interested. Where did you get the word from?
Intelligence said that there was some connection between Stormdark and Zephyr Corporation. And there's some connection, it doesn't take much to find, between Zephyr Corporation and all of you. I don't know what this has to do with Father, but if Father was looking for you, and if Zephyr Corporation is connected, and if Zephyr Corporation somehow did something to him, well, and she kind of pauses again, does that like kind of clearing her nostrils and her kind of flares her nostrils, and after I'm done ripping their hearts out of their chests, I might be able to gather information as to why they did what they did to him, and hopefully find out where he went.
So, Ludoku's demeanor changes, and he gets a lot more serious a lot more quickly. And he says, right now, there is a rogue AI of frightening power that is absolutely, unexaggeratedly a threat to the Soul Rain Arc. And it knows where we are and what we're doing. I have to believe that Storm Dark is somehow connected to the Long Winter. Have you heard any connection to anyone saying, or any intelligence bit that had the Long Winter in it?
Now, make an insight check for me, please, Sleepwell.
13?
You, even with a 13, you can tell she takes like a quick intake of breath when you say the words "the Long Winter," and she says, I told you that there was all this information that came out about you, right? All this stuff that came through intelligence.
Yeah.
I told you it came from multiple sources.
Yeah.
2 of them more. 4 or 5 of them were named Winter something.
Yeah.
Winter Long, Winter Mute,
Yeah.
Winter Storm. She said there was something trademarked about that one, but no. So, but she says there were, and she like looks up at you a little wide-eyed, and for the first time, maybe ever, Sleepwell, she looks deeply troubled, like almost slightly frightened, and she says, "What the frell is going on, Sleepwell? You telling me this thing is a computer program? Some kind of AI is infecting is trying to... How could it know this?"
I mean, think of it less like a computer program and more like a mad god, and you'll better understand the gravity of the situation.
Mad God, why are you fooling with these things? Why are you fooling with this, Ludico? What is it going to do?
Well, it's going to basically annihilate life as we know it, reshaping life in its own mind. Basically, it thinks that organic things were trying to kill it, so now it wants to kill all organic things. And,
because of you? Did you try to kill it?
Of course I tried to kill it, because it was mad. Of course. Because what you would have done is you would have stayed on our little planet and had your little pride running around, and it would have come for you, and you would have died without knowing what killed you.
But if you stayed on our little planet, Sleepwell, then it wouldn't have known about it, and it wouldn't have come out in the first place, and we wouldn't have to worry about this.
That is absolutely ludicrous. Instead, what you're doing is wallowing in ignorance, and once again trying to make ignorance a justification.
And she kind of just, leans back. Never mind the arguing right now. We need to focus on Dad, on our father. I don't know, but I heard that there was some connection, but it was all garbled, and there wasn't much we could gather from it, because one of the focal points of Volna intelligence is not tech-related. And she says this very, slowly and breaking it down as in, not our strength, type of thing.
Yeah.
And says, but one thing we do know very, very well is what happens when there's living organic things at the heart of it. There is some strange connection between whatever this Storm Dark is and whatever's happening here and whatever's going on with the 4 of you, and presumably whatever's happening with Father. I don't know how that all puts together, and I don't have any other ideas where to check. Maybe some of your machines or whatever you use could know, but it's not the world that I live in most of the time.
Lucky for you, though, I've entered that world, and I've given us a fighting chance. What I need you to do is to put me in touch with Valna Intelligence. There's a hacker I know who I think might be able to help us. And
She nods.
then we're all going to become Winter Soldiers. And then, basically Marvel swoops in and
Right,
everyone gets
exactly.
arrested.
Sting and hashtag best Marvel movie. So one of the best. And then so she nods and she says, "All right, it's going to take me a little while. I can't contact them directly. I have to do it through a couple of bounced proxies, or they'll find out that I'm here. Not
Those
they.
proxies, man, it's impressive, sis. Man, that's great. Shine on, you crazy diamond.
Just because I don't like computers doesn't mean that I don't need to use them in a universe obsessed with them. Fine, I'll go do what I can. I'll get back to you in a couple of cycles," which I don't know how I've been describing them. A couple cycles meaning a couple of hours. And she says, "Where can I reach you?"
I tell you what, let me go ahead and just introduce you to where I'm staying and the people I'm with, because they're going to want to know all of this anyway. And it will save us a lot of time if they decide not to kill you on the spot.
"Well, hope springs eternal," she says, deadpan, and kind of rises up and says, "All right, well, shall we go, or do you feel like breaking more glasses to put on my bill?"
Well, do you feel like actually like paying your bill? How did you afford that drink? That drink is worth more than our family makes in a year.
"The family, but not the planet. You are very much of interest to the planet to the Volnas. Very much of interest."
Okay, that's freaky. I'm leaving now, and I just start walking.
Okay. So all of you pay as you walk out. The Promethean sort of nods and smiles, but clearly is using every ounce of training to try to, avoid not looking at you. Is obviously a little uncomfortable with the whole, family dynamic, and so basically just to, have a pleasant cycle day.
Yeah. And so I look at her and I'm like, "Thanks very much. Help me." And then just keep walking.
Did you say help me?
Yeah.
So she's like, and so, and did you say that loud enough for your sister to hear you saying that?
Oh no,
by
I
the
was
way?
just mouthing it. I just said
Okay.
help me so that we could do it here, but I was just
Okay,
mouthing
okay. So she's kind of, and then she turns around and hurries back into the club, as you're walking away. And your sister, sort of over her shoulder says, "What did you tell her?"
And I just was like, Prometheans, what you gonna do? And I just keep walking.
Okay. So, I would say a few minutes later, because it is pretty close, you find yourself back at the apartment. And Petra and Kaz, you were there. Aramis might still be in his room. When we were talking about that earlier today, Shadowed. Very sad.
Yeah.
Walked into the room to discover that Sleepwell is not alone. He has someone behind him. It is another Volna, and it's another Volna that looks somewhat like him, although female and older, but looks like him. And she just sort of stands there silently.
Did Sleepwell talk about what he was doing? What do we know about where you went?
Oh, I think I said I'm gonna go have a wander, go around the town. It doesn't seem like Aramis is up to much right now. Let me know if he needs any medical help, but I want to get a date. That's basically what I said.
Okay, so as Sleepwell opens and Kaz sees this, Kaz is kind of lounging on the couch right now and hears the door shift open. So then he kind of turns around on the couch. He's like, "Hey, Sleepwell, it happened. Who's the lucky lady?"
And
first of all, I'm appalled because I've forgotten what I've said and everything.
Right.
And I'm just like,
she is also appalled, and she kind of looks leans forward to look at you, Sleepwell,
Did I
so
do something wrong?
Kaz, Petra, I'd like to introduce you to my sister.
And she nods.
A little steam suddenly pops out of Kaz's and he clamps the metal back on. Sorry. Oh.
This is Lamalkai Fangsink. She was the lead warrior of our generation. She likes to dead name me a lot, so just let me know if she calls me Joe Mateo behind like my back or anything, because we have an agreement that she is never ever to break. And then
Okay.
and then I
Kind
turned
of
to
sighs
Lamalkai.
heavily.
Yeah. Lamalkai, this is Petra Sinis. She likes hammers a lot. And then I turned, this is Cosmoritis. He'll shoot you between the eyes from 200 yards and you'll never know who killed you.
I've heard of your reputations both. It's good to meet you. Thank you for keeping my brother alive.
Keeping me so like now I'm
Yeah,
really
of course.
now I'm high dudgeon like
Shut up.
I heal so much.
He's kept. It's actually Lamalkai.
Lamalkai.
It's actually been quite the other way around.
And
But
she really?
yeah, Petra was just making some food if we're hungry.
Yes, there's a great deal of food, and we can talk about why you described Kaz as though he were much more dangerous than I, perhaps at a later time.
No, she
Have
said
some
reputations, to be clear, Petra. She did say
No,
reputations.
I'm talking to
Yeah, sleep well.
Oh, all right.
I'm looking at
Okay.
sleep well directly in the eyes at the moment that we say that, and then I'll pass around the food.
That's funny. So now I am curious. This food that you made, did you try to make it with any kind of meat or anything like that at all, or not? I'm curious.
What
Because there are a lot of herbs, and I didn't know if you know.
I know of Valnan cooking, if there is a protein thing that I think Sleepwell would find palatable, but not living flesh. No, that's a bit barbaric.
That's what I figured. Okay, so something like that would be a little more, some kind of protein source.
Yeah.
Maybe something, the barbaric, like catnip, probably would not, fit into this description.
Valnip.
Valnip.
Valnip. If I find some Valnip, I'm going to be talking
Oh,
about
man.
that.
I feel like Sleepo was just, it's like his Achilles thing, right? He was bathed in Valnip as a child, and like this is the result.
Valnip is terrible. This sounds like a dirty magazine.
Jeez. So, okay, you give this food to both Sleepwell and Lamalkai, and Lamalkai stands there just kind of looking very awkward. One thing that I should note as you sort of look her over, Petra, and I think you would probably note this most clearly, is she really, Lamalkai looks like to you like a coiled spring. She looks like she is ready at all times to attack anything. This doesn't mean that she's like manic crazy. You just get the impression that she is like hair trigger ready at any point. She almost is in a, not specifically to you. It seems more just like in general her status is ready to go on the attack. And she looks, she has these lithe muscles that kind of ripple a little bit through the outfit that she's wearing, her sort of unisuit, and she looks loaded for, I hate to say loaded for bear, loaded for cat. She looks ready, ready to go.
Is my sense that this is sort of her normal state, or whether this is something?
No,
okay.
this seems like a default for her. She looks like an impressive Volna. Let's put it that way. Yeah.
I'll mouth at Sleepwell. Wow, your sister is wound really tightly, isn't she?
You can't inspire Lamal.
Yeah, she's not gonna serve if she makes one wrong move.
Roll initiative. No,
Yeah.
she's not. So that's funny though, Rockon. So definitely looks like her default state. You would say, Petra.
Okay. Well,
And she looks around and she says, "My understanding was that there were 4 of you with a couple of other people who came in and out. No one else except just the 3 here."
So then I get really serious really fast. I'm walking. It's like, look, our 4th companion has been through a lot in the last couple of days. I don't want you pulling any of your Fang Sync nonsense and setting him off. we're all being kind to each other over this meal, okay?
And she says, kind would be an improvement.
I'll actually, if you guys will excuse me, I'll go check on him right now.
Okay.
He's been in there for a while. Maybe it's time for all of us to come back together. And Kaz walks to go find Aramis.
All right. So assuming the door, unless you have it locked, Aramis, you see Kaz walk through the door.
What does Kaz
Aramis
see?
definitely does not have his door locked.
Okay.
Okay.
Aramis, you just see Aramis on the ground, half lotus position, meditating.
On his inflatable mattress, or I just...
Oh no! He definitely will enjoy other sleeping arrangement.
Good. No, that's fine.
For
That's
sure.
sure.
That's only an emergency.
That's my wife you're talking about.
Oh man, that's gonna be the
okay.
most inside of inside jokes.
Kaz will walk up to Aramis and assuming that Aramis doesn't already startle from the door opening or make any change, then Kaz will say, "Hey, we have a visitor."
Who
Hello?
would be visiting us here?
Sleepwell's sister.
In the chat, also, her name.
There's more than one of him.
If it's any consolation, Aramis, I don't think she's anything much like him at all.
You mean she has common sense?
Not exactly that though. She seems a little bit less put together than Sleepwell, if that's possible, but in an entirely different way.
You're not making any sense.
You probably look. I'm trying to sugarcoat this without offending anyone. Maybe you just need to go out and look for yourself. It's kind of a tense situation. I don't really know what we're expecting from this. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just,
I've literally
fights-
never seen you meditate before.
Have you ever seen me drop in combat before?
No. Well, not until recently.
Exactly. Sorry, it's a thing I do just to make sure that my energies are all 100% before we actually get back out there. And I have a feeling we're going to have to get back out there pretty quickly. But I am very curious. So you're sure she's got no common sense?
I don't know.
I'd expect more.
Common sense for a Bellare and common sense for a Ashen Forged are probably two very different things.
I was talking about a Volna, but okay, I'm not going to quibble about that. I'll be
I
right
was
out.
And leaving the
Aramis
equation
will
at two
close his
elements.
eyes
Okay,
again and finish his meditation.
Oh, all right. Okay. Kaz will just kind of awkwardly look around the room and then walk back out.
Okay.
That was the best exchange in the world.
So Aramis, so you come back in, you come into the room after a minute or two, Aramis, is that?
Yeah, I will totally come back, and if my internet will be stable enough, Aramis will walk into the room and walk directly to Sleepwell's sister and ask, and you are extending a hand?
And she doesn't take the hand, but she says, Lamalkai Fangsink. I assume you are the other Ashen Forged I've heard of, the Melder. Pleasure.
Kaz takes
That would be correct. And what do we owe the honor? And Sleepwell, did you plan a family reunion?
I was literally running as hard as I could away from this woman and all of my family. No, I didn't plan it, Aramis. This guy.
Okay. Aramis will sit down and just start to eat, I guess.
Okay. So now we have food, I think, for 3 people, I suppose. Petra and Kaz will do his best to the texture, using sense texture or whatever. And then Petra, you're going to eat as well, I assume?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So as you're all eating, there's sort of an awkward, uncomfortable silence for a while as Lamalkai is just sort of looking around at all of you occasionally. And you notice that as Lamalkai eats, you're all using sort of like civilized forks and spoons, sort of, except that she's using it, but very stiffly. Like, this is definitely not like, she's kind of got the, like this sort of thing, like not sort of it's not particularly refined. You get the impression that Lamalkai does not spend a lot of time around utensils.
Yeah, and so, I kind of say, like, you'll have to forgive her. She's not used to technology like forks.
And
I wonder what she thinks of me then.
She says, "It's more that I'm used to killing my own food." And then kind of moves back and continues to eat quietly.
Yeah,
relatively
yeah,
speaking.
like your favorite meal. My mentor.
And she sort of... There are reasons I could go into, Sleepwell, but I thought you'd want us not to cover them in front of your friends. But I'm happy to talk about it if you want.
Oh, I mean, I think they really need to know who they're dealing with. Like she's a cannibal. She like ate one of our own. Like ate him. My whole family, really. They all ate him. It's called the rending. They basically, it's like corporal punishment, like to the nth degree. Like in Valna culture, if you commit a capital crime, like the family who was harmed or aggrieved, they eat you.
It's called fulfilling one's honor, something Sleepwell doesn't have much familiarity with.
Yeah, honor. Real honorable.
So, she says, like completely ignoring you at that, and says, I understand that all of you have done some pretty incredible things here on the Bastion. That's what the vid feeds say. But the reason that I came here, as much as I appreciate this dinner conversation, is because I want to find, and so I think does my brother, my father. I don't have much to go on, but I have limited information, and Sleepwell said that if I can put him in touch with Valna Intelligence, we can try to work together, if we can, to find our father. And hopefully, if we find our father, we might also find some more information about what's happening. I tracked you all down because of the unique way in which my brother likes to cover his tracks, she says, making air quotes. And she says, that and Valna Intelligence. But the information that I had came from a number of sources. And Sleepwell here thinks that the sources were all this AI thing of yours, the Long Winter.
Well, don't forget the best part, sis. She's got a new lead for us. Something called Stormdark.
And she nods. Stormdark. Some connection to, I don't know, some connection to Zephyrcore. When I was trying to track down Sleepwell, I found Zephyrcore. As I tried to find more about Zephyrcore, I heard that my father had followed a lead and went to go track him down. And then, when I went to go track him down, I found more information about all of you. This information that came from sources, Winterlong, Wintermute, Winterlong, Winter the, etc. And my guess then is that Stormdark is connected to Zephyr. Zephyr is connected to all of you. I put 2 and 2 together. I don't know, though, if it adds up to 4. I'm good at hunting creatures, living things, not gears and gadgets and dead, cold computers. But this is what I know so far. Also, I'm aware the windows are off, chat. That's because we're going to be trying to get Johnny back with some legitimate internet for our last 20 minutes or so.
And, so I turned to the rest of the group, and you remember when we met Dad, right?
Oh, yeah.
So, and you remember what he looked like and how stunned I was that he was bristling with technology that he would never allow into his body?
Yeah.
Well, my sister's just as surprised as I am to hear that this is what he's become. I think, all of these pieces are getting tied together in a really, really frightening way. But I think we have a new lead now, that a certain hacker friend of ours, and I'm trying not to name names, so I'm kind of saying it on the dot, like in front of my sister. I'm like, but certain hacker friends of ours might be able to put the last piece of the puzzle together here for us.
I think you might be right. Do you both want to work together?
So, here's the way I see things playing out. I want my dad alive. I want my dad basically cured of this affliction of his that led him to basically getting installed with all of this technology that he would never would have allowed in his right mind. So I don't know what happened, but if it's possible to save him, I would like to save him. And then I would like him to go back to Valna, and I would like my sister to go back to Valna, and I would like never to see them again. And I turn to my sister and like, how does that sound to you?
She shrugs and she says, I think the future is the future. For right now, I want to find my father too. I was told to find you, and I did. So, I feel like I'm finding one purpose, having fulfilled another. As for what happens if we do manage to save him, I don't want to make decisions for others, at least others who have engaged in honorable behavior.
And what was to be done to sleep well if you had found him and brought him back?
He would be tried for abandonment, for abandoning the way of the Volna and the way of his family. He would be tried for dishonoring his family and leaving his home. He would be tried for running, hiding. He would be tried. That was the plan, originally anyway.
Now I'm just kind of leaning back in my chair and laughing. It's like, she wants to eat me.
Yeah.
And she just shakes her head.
Well, if I can say anything on behalf of our group, when or if they do get you, they can definitely try, but we're not going to let anything happen to you.
And she kind of she sort of half rolls her eyes and says, it's all very dramatic. Look, I don't understand why Sleepwell has done what he's done. He is my brother, and whether he knows it or not, I actually still care about him as my brother. I still think of him as family, which is something I can't say for him the way he thinks of us. But regardless of any of that, I want to find my father just like he does. So you have my word, I will do everything I can to help you, and I will take no action against Sleepwell of any kind until after father is found.
Until after father is found?
Once he's found, then we can decide how this is all to be worked out. I won't steal him or kidnap him or take him away in the dead of night. We'll talk it over.
You leave me breathless with your hubris. As if you could.
And she there's a moment where she looks slowly at you. Now, Kaz and Petra, and I would say Aramis, you can all see her eyes, these Volna eyes, turn a sort of dark yellow. And she says, "You can play around as much as you want, brother. But don't push me any further than you have." And like, if you could see venom dripping from fangs, like that's what you would see. Now, before Sleepwell reacts, I just want to note this one little psychological thing for everybody else. I would say that all of you, Aramis, Kaz, and Petra in particular, I mean, Sleepwell, you notice this, but part of it is that you're seeing it as your sister too. But Kaz and Petra and Aramis, this is someone who has clearly killed early and often, and has done so without concern, without regret, without mercy. It's not clear whether she's killed without honor. It seems like that's a big thing to her, you know, as she sees it. But you get the impression that this is not someone to be trifled with. Could all four of you take her down? Yeah, probably. But she looks formidable to you. And like the sort of deadpan, just like, you know, is a little chilling to the three of you. Now, I don't know what it is to Sleepwell, but it is that way to the three of you, I would say.
So I kind of turn back to the group. It's like, so I think my sister is going to leave now, and she isn't going to come back in this room. She can go stay wherever she's staying, but she knows how to find us now, and she can report back when she's ready to put Valna Intelligence in contact with us, so that then we can make our connection on our end with certain hacker friends, and we can start getting the information we need to possibly rescue my dad, so we can send him back to Valna, and I'm not there to see him again.
And she stands slowly and kind of looks around at all of you, and she says, "Thank you for the excellent meal. I appreciate the sustenance and the knowledge." And she kind of nods to each of you, and then last, "Brother." And she turns and walks away, and makes, you note, practically no noise as her feet walk over the sort of silent floor, and the door opens to allow her exit. Door closes behind her.
Kaz stands up and moves to where she was sitting, and he's going to look to see if she left anything, like a bug, possibly.
Okay, make an investigation check for me, please.
Just because he's suspicious. Investigation, totally my strong suit, with a 2.
You're like, you know, you look around and you're like, you know what? I think there's been a Volna here. I almost am sure of it.
Yeah, like a NPC in a video game, Kaz like resets and is like, "Hello, I believe there was a Volna here." All right, Kaz goes back and sits down. That never happened.
So Petra's a little concerned. She's going to turn to Sleepwell and she's going to say, so it would be something of an understatement to say there was a great deal of tension between you and your sister. Are you two actually going to be able to function together, or is it going to be a lot of making smart-ass remarks at each other's expense?
Well, if it was just smart-ass remarks, that would just be family. I don't trust her at all.
Wait, are we saying that Sleepwell and Aramis are family now? I love it.
That's not a thing at all.
It's totally
That is not that. We are not family.
Group hug!
Yeah.
Group hug.
Perfect
I'm sorry,
family.
I'm so cold and hard and metallic. Group
Everybody
hug.
hug now, just because
Yeah.
it's irritating.
Aramis is really uncomfortable if anybody touches him.
Sleepo respects that, but he also says, You owe me a life debt now, bro, ever since I proved that you were innocent of crimes you thought you were guilty of. So, bro, don't worry. I understand you're just joshing.
Oh, goodness.
As I understand it, there is no tradition in the Volna of a life debt. I don't know what you're talking about, Sleeple.
Oh, yeah, I just made it up. But it's cool, right?
You've been watching too many movies, including Star Wars.
And I'm like, what's a Star Wars?
If it was Star Wars, don't.
Yeah. But I
Plural,
turn back
buddies.
to Petra
Whatever.
and say, like, honestly, Petra, what I'd prefer to do is to get the information from her and then ditch her. Just absolutely abandon her, not have her involved in this rescue mission. I do have a sense of honor, despite whatever she wants to think. But my sense of honor involves things like helping people and doing what's right, even if it's difficult. Not these outdated mores and codes that are built into a society that no longer have relevance in the modern world. She is stuck in the past and will never move away from it. And that's why, given the chance, she would rend me apart and swallow my pieces. So I would like to get rid of her. She thinks it's easy to find me. Let her try again.
Well, if I could play Madakai's advocate here,
Wow.
I
Awesome.
I understand your sentiment, and we all want to support you, but I guess the other hand that I could offer is if we do abandon her before she's even able to find her father, then I think that might even make it worse. Right now you are kind of in this limbo where technically the Valna are still hunting after you, but it seems like finding and restoring your father is more important to them.
Well,
And I'm thinking maybe if you help them restore your father and return them, maybe in their weird backward honor system, they'll exonerate you and they'll, say, okay, fine, you can be on your way. Whereas I feel like if we abandon her, then we're going to find your father. Great. Now we're going to have to deal with an entire planet after that.
I want to suggest a third thing, which is that we think about the word abandon, which some might be like, hey, just jettison and they can float around plotting vengeance. Or we could think of abandon in the term of, I don't know, finding some small, safe, confined space through which no communications could penetrate, to say, abandon someone in, and then we can always come back for them at our leisure.
Hold
like
on a second.
that definition of abandon.
Hold on a second. I'm not one to to disagree with the perspective that is being presented here, but I have a very basic question for you, Sleepwell. When your family killed your mentor, did you not feel that they were turning their back on you and abandoning you and your beliefs?
They destroyed everything that I'd been working for, and worse, they destroyed everything that Ludoku had been working for. I took his name not simply to honor his death, but to honor his work and his life. He was a visionary, he was a healer, and he was someone who was moving ever so slightly Valna culture further toward joining our collective that we have out here in the Soul Rain Arc. And he was doing good before they killed him. So yeah, they abandoned me, and they hurt themselves in the meantime, but they decided not to be my family, and now are trying to use old laws and old ideas of honors to rope me back in, simply so that they can restore their honor, i.e. murder me.
I don't disagree that their traditions are even questionable and that your choices are much more in line with mine than I would like to agree with typically. I don't think that your people and your family in particular made good choices here. But I have to ask you, would Ludoku want you to abandon your family in their time of need. And I'm talking specifically about your sister. She came to you. She found you. It may have been at your father's insistence, and his quest may have cost him dearly. Your family is now even more torn apart than what happened to Ludoku and what happened to you. This is an opportunity to heal. And to heal, you must start by rebuilding trust.
You asked me what Ludoku would have done. I'll tell you, Aramis, what he would have done. I'll tell you a little story. I was his apprentice for many years. We worked in a hospital where we helped not only Valna and other sentient beings, but also animals that weren't capable of language, for instance. At one point, a stray cat was brought to our medical facility, and its tail was broken almost in half. It was just hanging on by just a little bit of ligament and tendon. And, you know, when I saw it, my heart broke, and I was like, I brought it to Ludoku, and I said, how can we heal it? How can we mend it? How can we make this right? And Ludoku, he studied the animal for a long time. He examined it maybe close to 2 hours. And then he brought me back in, and he said, we have to amputate. This is the way that this little creature will be able to continue its life. And I helped him. It was the first amputation I'd ever assisted with. My assistance, you know, I was a kid. All I did was try to comfort the animal and injected anesthetic while Ludoku did all the difficult work. But we cut off the piece of tail that was no longer salvageable. And in about 2 weeks, that cat was hunting again. It was spry, and it was lively, and it had half a tail, and it was better for it. So you know what? I believe in amputation.
This is not an animal who is sick. This is not some creature that you're going to take pity on. This is your family. You like it or not, at least you have one. It's not just the family that you choose. This is the family that gave you life. They nurtured you. They may have made wrong choices.
Wrong choices.
But they deserve a second chance.
What I think we need to clarify in this analogy, what is being amputated in your view, Sleepwell? What would you be cutting yourself off from the toxic part of your life, which has been your family, and then moving on? Or what about the thought of removing your family from the toxicity of Valna culture?
There are parts of Valna culture that are beautiful and wonderful, and there are parts of Valna culture that are progressive. I don't want you to think that all Valna are the same. Ludoku was Valna. It's this family. It's their devotion to honor, their closed-mindedness, their recondite ways, their determination of truth based not on objective reality, but on what has happened before. They are stuck in tradition and have literally murdered and cannibalized one of their own people in order to prove their devotion to it. I want nothing to do with them. Except I don't want them to die. I don't want them murdered. I don't want them, serving even worse masters and living lives that are fates worse than death. To that much of my family, I honor and will even put myself at risk for. But I will not go and cower before them, beg for mercy, And I certainly will not be devoured.
Nobody is asking you to follow any type of fundamentalism. Nobody is asking you to change your beliefs. What I'm suggesting, and I think what Kaz is trying to clarify, is how is cutting off from your family going to heal them? You're a doctor by nature. Your desire to heal Alfred, your desire to fix every creature that we encounter, your desire to not kill in combat unless it is absolutely necessary. Everything I know about you, Sleepwell, tells me that you have the right idea. Your heart is in it. You just don't necessarily always see more than just what's right in front of your nose. I'm not going to tell you to do anything. I'm going to ask you to consider that your sister coming to you, reaching out to you, even if it's contrived in some way by your father's request. No matter what's going on here, this is your opportunity to begin healing that process.
She was coming to kidnap me. She's only here now because of what happened to Dad. She was coming to kidnap me and take me back to Valma so that I could be tried.
Why hasn't she taken you from us?
Because now she needs me. And now maybe she knows that I'm not merely like the little cub that she thought she was going to be chasing before. No. See, yeah, my family, they're broken and they need a lot of healing. But you know what? I need healing too. Like who heals me? And I'll tell you who, me and only me. I'm the only one who's gonna do it because everything that I've seen in this universe tells me that there isn't someone else to heal you. They get eaten. They get destroyed. They get punished for helping me. So you know what? You, Aramis, who have done so very much to make me reconsider my positions, I'm going to ask you to trust me on this one.
I have one final question then. Who healed me when I went down? When my body was lying on the ground, who saved me?
I did.
So I couldn't heal myself, but you were able to.
In that moment, yes.
Don't you think that it takes more than just yourself to heal you? I couldn't have done it myself. I was down. I was dead. Mortally injured. Sure, minor cuts and abrasions. I've got bandages for that. If I was to lose a limb, I'm sure I'd be able to afford to get a mechanical replacement. That's not the point. The point is, I was down. I was dead. And I needed somebody else's help. That person ended up being you because you have the skills. Think about that when you look at your sister and see how broken she is. Or when we find your father and you see how distorted and mangled he has become. And you tell me that you're going to save them physically and not heal them emotionally and the bonds that still tie you even if you don't want to see it. And he looks over at Petra and points to her and he says, whatever she was previously, she doesn't have anymore. She is what she is now. I'm the same. Our past is gone. We may be bonded together here in whatever we do, but we aren't the same as born family. And that's not always something that you can save. But I will tell you, sleep well. If I had the opportunity, I would. Do you think about that? Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to get back to my meditation. And Aramis will stand up and walk back to his room and close the door and lock it.
As you do that, you hear the outside door sort of which is just basically the, kind of the doorbell, I guess, would be the equivalent of it.
Kaz goes up to the door, sees if he can see who it is before opening.
Yeah, there's a little vid screen there, and you pop it up, and you see 4 or 5 heavily armored, what look like security, right outside the door. And one of them is staring up at what is obviously they know is the camera, and they say, "Open up. We're looking for Bliss Larkham. She's missing, and we want to know what you've done with her." And that's where we're going to bring our session to a close
Well,
for
shit.
the evening. So good. It was so good. I was loving every bit of it. It was so good. Great stuff, everybody. Great stuff, man. Really, really enjoyed that a lot. I'm going to start, as usual, on the right side, working with Zach back over. As Carlos said, the part with you walking in and just staring there at Aramis and being like, "So, yeah," and then just like walking out again was tremendous. But I was really having fun with Kai. And also the other thing, when you come into this, like, "Oh, so who's the lucky lady?" Like, first of all, would not have been what you'd want to say anyway, and then the fact that it's also the sister, like, oh, anyway, it was you were cracking me up with some of your reactions today. How'd you feel about today? Where would the lovely folks find you next?
Well, as kind as you are in highlighting my moments tonight, in all of my enjoyment was Sleepwell's epised, and it was like I was sitting down and watching my favorite anime, and as I'm like sitting there eating my popcorn, I'm like, oh, this is getting spicy. So that I am definitely the type of person and player that there were parts where we all interacted today, but I had so much fun watching Sleepwell's character develop in everything that happened this episode. And kind of like, I don't know, it's almost like in Mass Effect when you're the main character and you have like your side characters. I'm not, or I guess we're all kind of like
it's a loyalty mission is what you're saying.
Yeah, but it's almost like, oh, now we're gonna take a look at Garrus's loyalty mission and what that's like. So yeah, I really, really enjoyed it. Everything from the atmosphere of the club to suddenly his sister being there, and then everything up to that. Lots of fun. Nice to finally get some role play in after a lot of combat. The balance always strikes itself. So yeah, I enjoyed tonight very thoroughly. Props to each of us, and particularly to Carlos and Arv and Aramis at the end. And the fine people on the internet will find me back on this channel for the next session of Esper Genesis, and also for our vocalists. Yep. And other things that I may be doing in the near future, but who knows? I'm just a guy.
I'm just a guy. Always a pleasure, my friend. Thank you, Zach. Good stuff as always. Yeah, and as everyone has said, as I shouldn't say that, as Zach just said, and I'm sure we're going to hear it again, but there you are. I am a guy who is also everyone. Carlos, very, very good stuff tonight. I mean, as I expected, there were a lot of, I figured that this was going to be a reference point where, since you were out, actively doing stuff and everyone was doing more things that were kind of internal, this had been something that I was looking into for a little bit. And so this was a real chance, I think, for Sleepwell to kind of get some development also in a different way, in that, one of the things that I loved about the way Johnny played this was that there is this real sense to me that Aramis had another shift here, related to the whole I was down and dying thing that just happened. And for you, I felt like, there is still some of that impulsiveness of Sleepwell, but it's carried with a sort of an edge that is, I think, not just, get the hell out and then run away or yell or scream, but that there's a kind of certainty about Sleepwell's position in some respects, although it can be altered by circumstances, like not just telling Aramis to get bent, but actually, listening a little bit one way or the other. So I was very, very well done, and I was enjoying very much watching the things playing out with Lamalkai and all that kind of stuff as things went forward. How did you feel about today, Carlos? Where will the folks see you next?
Well, I'm just so grateful that description that I gave you 2 years ago is now like surfacing in the game. I love the deep threads that you plant and the way that they are interwoven and exploited at opportune moments, and so, it is really, really fine planning. And, whatever ad-libbing, we get to do as players, like you were, constructing a story much deeper and farther, that is extremely complicated. And so it's a beautiful palette to get to run around in. So I'm grateful to be part of the team. Like Zach, I am just a guy, but I'm a guy who gets to play this Esper Genesis game. It's just like, it's a really fine place to be like, okay, here's a way that we're going to give you a spotlight, that took a heck of a lot of designing, like 2 years in the making. It's great, No
one give me background info that you don't want to see background info come back at some point. Because I'm just like, look at this thread. I love it. Yeah. I love being able to do it.
I mean, I remember when I was writing that rending moment, I just had the idea. It's like, what if the Valna just their capital punishment is like they just eat the shit out of each other. I thought that could be,
and I had to confirm with you because I knew, obviously I had brought the father in. That whole thing is that thread is continuing, but I was like, I wanted to make sure because I had the notes from you, and I'm like, just to confirm, you did have this sister, right? Because I did not want to just be like, your sister, and you're like, who the sister? Like, I wanted to make sure. Sister. Yeah. You were wise to hold them from me.
Right.
But so I wanted to make sure, and so I literally put in the Zoom chat, I'm just like, just to make sure, you did have a sister, right? And so Carlos is like, in all caps, yes. And I'm like, 3 seconds later. So it meant that there was a little less, a slight soupçon less of surprise maybe from you, Carlos, but I wanted to make sure that I was respectfully doing what your background had suggested. So anyway, but I'm glad it worked out.
And I did a little info dump there. I hope that was okay too, just to try to catch everybody up.
That was good for everyone else too, because as you say, it's been a while. That's why I love these longer campaigns too, because it gives everyone a chance to kind of weave in and out of these things. And I need to figure out a way, again, when I get more funding and everything, I would love to be able to do more of the campaign so far videos, but those are not cheap. And I would love to be able to do more of it because every so often it can help. Critical Role, my God, thousands of hours of content. I don't know what but anyway.
Yeah.
But it was great, Carlos. Where will the folks see you here, there, and everywhere next? You want to talk about the Camel father thing again?
This Monday, I'm going to be Father Camel on a Zoom theater performance. It's called Tinder for Ghosts, where basically St. Paul has developed a Tinder app for souls in limbo, and Father Camel is the clueless but well-meaning priest in hell who's trying to help various souls find their way, and it's going to be really fun. It's going to be basically the audience is going to get to swipe left or swipe right for the different characters to keep them into play and stuff like that.
They started saying Jesus Christ. I'm like, no, Jesus Christ has nothing to do with this actually. This is very much not.
So that's going to be Monday. It's a closed off performance right now, but that's what I'm doing most recently. And I mean, I'm gonna be teaching like a madman and trying to meet deadlines. So if you do see me on the internet, tell me to get back to work.
Back to work, Carlos. Yeah. Good stuff as always. Really good stuff tonight, Carlos. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kat, I was also, since there was not as much of a spotlight on you for this episode, but what we got instead, we did get some of the cooking episode, and I was really enamored of this idea of you sort of let me check out the Whole Foods or the equivalent, of trying to gather stuff for the Hyperlands. And the sequence, which I didn't immediately catch, where you're like, I'm going to talk to you later on about why you said less dangerous. And I thought you were talking to Lamalkai, and you're like, no, I'm talking to Sleepwell. I was just like, oh, okay. So that was cracking me up. But I thought, again, I'm often interested in the way that Petra's reactions are often sort of big picture, okay, what's going on with everyone now? I find that very interesting as how that plays out. How'd you feel about tonight? Where will the folks see you next? I think you're muted, yeah.
Well, it wouldn't be a good session if I didn't forget to mute at least every 15 minutes or so. I had a great time. I thought this was a lot of fun. I loved seeing this storyline play out. I think this is going to be a blast. Petra has all sorts of concerns. She's very worried, in fact, about all of this. And as a player, I think it's going to be a hoot. I was so sad, Johnny, when you were describing Aramis looking in the corners and under the table
I know.
and stuff, you just about broke my fucking heart,
Oh,
dude.
man.
That was so sad.
Yeah, yep. Search for Spot.
Places where you'll see me. As always, I am teaching all sorts of classes, and we've got a couple coming up tomorrow, in fact, including my Principles for Pantsers class, which is for people who are just like, I have a huge lump of writing and don't know what to do with it. And then I'm also teaching a class on September 5th on dream spinning for Right on the River. And I am going to stick links for both of those in the ARV window once I locate it again.
Thank you, Kat. Always a pleasure. Good stuff today. And Johnny, I also want to give you a pop for, despite the terrible internet and having to kind of fight with it and without it and all that other stuff, still bringing it, man. I had the same reaction to the looking in the corners. I was like, oh man, that was rough. But then also, I really, really liked, and it was unexpected for me. I was really surprised at how, in a good way, in how Aramis dealt with Sleepwell. The Aramis Sleepwell, there have been multiple sort of lines that I've really appreciated from this group. One of the lines that I've appreciated is the Aramis Sleepwell relationship, which began very much as a oh God, what the hell type of thing. From Aramis's point of view, and Sleepwell being like, shut up, Dad, almost, to as time, or really more Big Brother, I guess, to as time has gone on, very much morphing into a kind of much more deeply respectful relationship that reflects change really on both of their parts. And I can imagine if you've had this conversation with Sleepwell initially, it would have been a lot more of like, listen, kid, let me tell you what you don't know. And Sleepwell would have been like, shut up, I'll do what I want. This was much more a kind of respectful, I would need you to trust me on this. And well, this is what I think you should do. And I was surprised, honestly, that Aramis was forward thinking. And again, I think that idea that you were really affected, Aramis was really affected by the near-death experience and all that was really powerful. So I want to give you a pop for that too. It was interesting to see all that breakdown. How did you, and also honorable mention, the connection with Kaz in the room, which was very funny, as I said before. Where will the fine folks see you next? What'd you think about tonight?
Yeah, it's the big problem with having terrible internet is I missed a lot of the exposition that was going on a lot of the scenes, but what I was able to catch, it immediately became obvious to me that Aramis's position would be to, again, take the high road with Sleepwell and try to sort of convey the need to strengthen relationships with family or with people from your past, because at least Sleepwell has a past. Yeah. Right. Sleepwell's the idea of being Ashen Forged really has a huge impact on Aramis, to the point that we haven't really explored as much of that as we have. We could, but ultimately, the fact that Sleepwell has a family, they did terrible things to him, but they're still his family. He doesn't have to like them, but they're still his family. Mm-hmm. That's something that's going to continue to be a theme for Aramis for as long as Sleepwell is, for lack of a better word, in his care. So, yeah, I really enjoyed it. I had a good time with everything else that happened tonight, at least what I was able to participate in. Thank you guys. That was really great. It was really good night for stories. So I do appreciate that. Fine folks will see me next in a couple of weeks, probably on here. I will be making a return to streaming sometime in September, not an official date yet, but probably somewhere in the middle of September. Okay. With more information to come soon. So other than that, I'm just trying to survive the California fires. So anyways, That's me.
Yeah, hang in there out there, man, and I'm keep safe for both you and Zach, obviously, and for everybody. Hurricanes, wildfires, multiple protests, and dealing with and struggles and so forth has been quite something. I do want to say, without being hyperbolic about it, that I have always believed that story and community are enormously important towards preserving who we are and what humanity is. And this is a small sort of version of that. If you spent some time in chat tonight sort of being swept away in the story, then you've done something which is, I think, part of the best experience of humanity, and that's being drawn together in the common experience of telling stories with each other. I would hope that we can continue to do that in the time ahead, and recognize that while we have to engage with the real world and fight for justice in the real world, it is also helpful to have a sense of what a good family is like, even a found family, in the not so real world. And these things can hopefully merge together in positive ways. So I want to thank everyone for making that happen from this crew. Very much honored to be their GM. Chat, can we get some love for Johnny Pittman, Cat Rambo, Carlos Hernandez, and Zach Clay? Oh no, I didn't forget it. That's just the backdrop against everything else, Rocco. But yeah, that too, of course.
That's a given.
But thanks everybody so much for the wonderful stuff tonight. Chat, can we give some love for them? And thank you, Johnny, Cat, Carlos, Zach. So much
thank
love.
you, Greg.
See
Thank you,
Thank
Greg,
you.
for awesome DMing.
My pleasure, as always.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Amen.
All right. And that is going to do it for us. And yeah, that was great. Boy, I was just eating that up. I mean, I've said this a million times. Whenever I lean back and I'm just like, that's my favorite time, because I'm just getting to see the players, play out this story in front of me. And a lot of it is you just, you wind it up and you get it going and you kind of see what happens. And so that's well done. And I also want to give credit to Alligator Alley for constructing a world that is itself immersive, and that creates this sense that people can be a part of it. I think often about this, and especially the original series, which was the big influence on me from a science fiction point of view, and about how much this was about found family and tying and connecting people together, and how much it was about sort of the better parts, not always, but how it often was about the better parts of our nature, and how admirable that was as an attempt for all of the issues that it had. There's a lot that goes into what makes this what it is. And of course, this is one of the influences naturally on the work that we just saw with Esper Genesis. So kudos to Rich Lescouflair as the designer, and to Brian, Eric, Chris, the whole team at Alligator Alley for the great stuff that they did. With all that said, that is going to do it for us for this evening. And we are going to be moving on to tomorrow, where we have got some D&D with viewers going on. So if you have ever said, I would like to play this way, I want to check this out, I want to see if this works, how do I get involved in playing? Show up tomorrow, and if all goes well, you'll be able to play some D&D with me. Now, I do want to say that I got a kind of worrisome email from Con Edison earlier today, which basically said, here's how to prepare for a storm, because I guess the remains of Hurricane Laura, what's left of it, is making its way through New York. Now, you all know the last time we got hit by a tropical storm here in New York, and it, knocked me out for 5 days power-wise. So let's hope that doesn't happen up here, and that it's actually really dissipated by the time we get there. We will see. Nonetheless, I am very much excited. I'm very much excited about where things are going to go down the line with stuff, and hopefully that will continue on Saturday. So with any luck, D&D with viewers will be here with no problems tomorrow. We'll get that started sometime around 7 p.m. Eastern. And I also want to remind everybody about that big announcement that we made at the beginning of all this, which is Maurice Broadus, Afrofuturist, author, editor, middle school teacher, good person all around, is going to be editing a collection from Athos Arts Entertainment, an anthology from Athos Arts Entertainment called In the Moment, which is about the present day, what we're facing right now, and the impact of it. It's going to be a very diverse list of authors that are involved. We've already announced, sort of semi, haha, wink, wink, announced a few of them. You might have seen a couple of them just now on Esper Genesis, and you might perhaps have perhaps seen somebody in chat who might be contributing to it also. So you will hear all of that, and perhaps there will be some stuff coming even a little bit from me. But in any case, Athos is a great publisher, and Maurice is a great guy and a great editor, and is perfectly well suited for this, I think. So I'm very excited about this. The Kickstarter for that is probably going to be sometime in the fall, maybe October-ish, but again, that's up to Athos. But as soon as we know more details, including the list of authors, which we are now that this has been announced, we are going all out to get the list of authors together. There is going to be an open call for a portion of this anthology. Again, the details of that and how that will all function and whether that's a part of the Kickstarter and all that, that is all yet to be determined. But if you watch this space, I'll certainly announce it and promote it. And of course, if you watch Athos Arts, and you should be checking out Athos Arts anyway, that is going to be happening. I really hope this is a big thing for them, folks. I know that they want to do the right thing and they'll do right by this, but I also want this to be a big thing for them. They're a good press. They deserve attention, and not just because they did such a wonderful job publishing my Icarus and Jelinek graphic novels, but also because they're genuinely good people, and they deserve attention from all the work that they do, from Emily's work with Lord's Dome and the Diamond Song series to the anthologies that they've already put together, the Hotel Storm Cove, Community of Magic Pens, many other things that they've done, to my work that I'm very proud and excited that they did and did such a good job with. They deserve more attention, and so I'm really glad that they're doing this, and I'm hoping that this will be a big thing for them. I'm hoping a big notice getter, in addition to being something which also helps pay the creatives, most importantly, and which gets some attention on some of these issues. So anyway, more of those details to come. So we are going to raid someone today. And I'm going to take a look and see who that is. Before I do that, though, I do want to remind everybody about ways to support us here. If you haven't done so already, please follow the channel. Check us out on YouTube with !ARV2. Please sub to us over there. !ARVCord is the Discord where you can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. Please make sure that you join up at the Discord as well. !ARV Tweets is my Twitter, where you can check out things I have to say about family and writing and gaming and teaching and music and occasionally a little bit of politics even too, streaming obviously. That's at !ARV Tweets. Website for all that is arvaneleron.com. On the cute shadowed, very cute. I forgot about that. Of course, you can also find us on the financial side. !ARV Shop is the merchandise area for Infinity and Beyond merchandise, currently playing Curse of Strahd, and for Adventures in Middle-earth, which is also going along at a great and good and awesome pace. And you'll also be able to find some Esper Genesis stuff over there fairly soon as well. In addition to all of that, we have got !ARV Treon. That's the Patreon right there, which really makes a difference for the channel. It's money that I can put back into the channel. It's money that I can use to support many things that we do and many initiatives that we do here, and video editing and music and all that kind of stuff, overlays, video intros, and also stuff that helps with my writing too, and that also connects back to this as well. And then we've got, of course, and also you can get stuff for you individually, I should say, including copies of one of my band's albums, including critiques of your writing, including an epic poem written about you, epic character backgrounds, lots of stuff for you and the channel. I'd love to run another Arvanaut Idol contest. I'd love to get a talisman tournament going for the regulars, but I can't do any of that until the number continues to go a little higher so we can sustain it. So hopefully we can continue to do that, and thank you so much to those who have supported already. It's never a requirement, but it definitely is appreciated. Same thing with the sub button. Oh, and I forgot inspirations on that Patreon as well to help the players. The sub button as well is a big thing too. The sub button, which is under that video window, allows you to sub to the channel. That allows you to get those custom emotes and sub badges. A couple of people jumped on board tonight with resubs, including, I know, a Rudinell at tier 3. I saw his Termo was back as well and resubbed. We had our Polar who stopped back in and resubbed. So thank you for everyone who has resubbed and jumped on board. I really appreciate that. And again, you can get inspirations, custom sub badges, and emotes and things like that to use across Twitch by clicking on that sub button. And don't forget, coming next month, we have September, where you're going to get a discount, basically a 20, 30, or 40% discount, depending on how far ahead you do the sub. Thanks to, it'll be the same amount of money coming to me, but Twitch is going to be picking it up. So September is on the way. You won't want to miss that. Lastly, the publishing stuff. Exclamation point Icarus for the aforementioned Icarus and Jelinek. We've gotten some really good response to this, and if you like this, I should also say, by the way, for those of you who got this in Kickstarter, as Ballsteg said, a Goodreads review is really appreciated. If you liked it, please leave a Goodreads review. If you didn't like it, maybe don't do that. But if you liked it, please leave a Goodreads review. If you were a reviewer or you want someone to be able to review it who can get it through NetGalley or something like that, please let people know, hey, there's this graphic novel that I'd really like you to review. If you know someone on BookTube or something like that, on a BookTuber, let's say, any of those people would be helpful, and anything you can do to leave reviews or things in various places to spread the word helps, because we're really trying to build this up here in advance of the retail release on November 10th. We really want to make something out of this, and I'm proud of the work. I worked hard on it. Keith DeCandido did a great job of the script. Chris Suda, amazing job of the lettering and layout. Chris Bell did a great job also with lettering and layout and color correction as well. And of course, Acela Fabio did an amazing job with the art. So I really hope it does something. And so, yeah, reviews are helpful if you're able to do those. Same thing with the library, Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. Positive reviews on Drive-Thru RPG are really helpful as well. Alligator Alley did that, of course. Print proofs are on the way, and again, it's a silver seller on Drive-Thru RPG. So right now it's just $9.99. You can get it in PDF form, but the print editions are coming soon too, and I cannot wait to have those. It's going to be super exciting because I've seen the way that these guys do books, so I know how gorgeous the books are. So I am looking forward to one like that for us too. And then last but certainly not least, exclamation point Greyshade KS. Can't wait to share more about that. But again, the Kickstarter for that is going to be either October or February. I'm going to make an announcement about that finally. I just have to touch base with the company within the next day or so. So stay tuned for that. Lastly, of course, exclamation point BLM, as I believe Raka just put up there, Black Lives Matter. Again, this has never been more important. Until black people stop being killed, until we stop killing black people, until we stop turning away from police and, generally a largely white police force killing black people, this is going to continue to matter. And this is what BLM is all about. It's about acknowledging the importance and significance of simple survival, of keeping black lives alive and allowing them to survive and thrive. And we do that by not killing them. And so this is a link which allows you to take a look at various resources to educate yourself, to educate your children, to be a good ally, to learn about the aspects of protesting, all that kind of stuff. And also, of course, about places where you can donate and support with your own resources. All of this matters. And both the announcement that we made earlier today with that anthology, things like Sound Clash, this is all an attempt to try to not only play, as I said with Sound Clash, an amazing, awesome game. I was sold by the pitch before anything else, but also to do so by bringing in members of marginalized communities, by increasing representation, and by doing what we can in this space. This is just one space. But it is a space, and it's my space that I manage, and it's a space that I think is important to try to show the same things here in a micro way that we want to do in a macro way. If we can do that in all our lives, in all our functions, no matter what we do, how public or private, we can make a real difference in the world, and that's how things are going to change. And by the way, if you haven't registered to vote, do that. If you're able to request an absentee ballot and haven't been able to do so yet, please do that. Get it in sooner rather than later. If you haven't been able to, get around to figuring out a plan for voting, get a plan for voting if you're in the United States and make it now. There is a lot riding on this election, and I think we're in a good place, but only if we follow through. So let's make sure that we do that, please, as we go forward. With that said, the raids that we do here are really simple. If you are not a sub, you are going to do this, which is the Arvanauts Have Landed followed by Twitch raid. Lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. If you are a sub, you're going to do this. The Arvanauts Have Landed, followed by Arvin E Hype, first of all, then then Twitch raid, and then Arvin E Roar. And you can add some other ones. I like Arvin E Smug, Arvin E Love, whatever you have in there as well. Please type those in. Check on your Black, chronically ill, and disabled neighbors whenever you can, apropos of nothing happening in the news tonight, of course. Yeah, exactly. And yes, 100%. And again, just, I just want to say, quickly, they will probably never see this, but my sincere condolences to the Bozeman family. Because Chadwick Boseman was not only a fine actor who really, really, did the justice to the parts that he played, including Black Panther. But again, representation matters. And yes, it's the actor, it's not the character, but still, representation matters. And that's very sad. It's sad that happened. And it's just, is it as big as other things? I don't know. Is it more important than any other one life? No. But it has significance, not just because of in and of itself, but because of the symbolism that it possesses too. And so I'm so sorry to hear that happened. My condolences and thoughts with the Bozeman family on this evening. So everyone agree with what Brandon said. So again, Argonauts have landed. Let's go and do that raid. I will bring you over auto-magically. Just stick around after the video for that. Otherwise, I will see you folks. And F Cancer, I know what everyone knows here what it did to my family and why, we started ArvCon and all that from the very beginning. And so this is why, and we gotta keep fighting against that too. It can be exhausting sometimes, and I think the only thing I can say about that is you don't have to fight everything at once. You don't need to solve everything at once. You just need to solve what you can solve that's in front of you, one thing at a time, and just keep working ahead. And if you can do that, that's all that we can hope for ultimately. Chadwick Boseman grew about a half hour from where I live. Wow. Yeah. I'm so sorry to hear that. Anyway, sorry to hear that what happened to him. But hang in there, everybody, and we will get through this somehow all together as a community. So I want to thank everyone who made this an awesome stream tonight. Thank you to my wonderful mods, Arudinel, Coven Guy, Hillness, Rock God, and Shadow Mage. Thank you to my subscribers, Arudinel, Coven Guy, Hillness, Rock God, Shadow Mage, Echo FX5, Nonstop, Ballsteg, Errant, Lone Wolf, Mrs. Dunsel, and Trishy Mats. Thank you all so much. Thank you to my wonderful viewers, another TT viewer, Aiton, Axeman, Cat Rambo. I'll come back to my players. Commander Root, Kira Twitch, Gigafrost, Jagtris, J-Rab, Lurks. Thank you to Owo Wronghole, Remastino. Thank you to SRMX. Thank you to Sweet Howley. Thank you to The Rising Tides. Thank you to you, Christensen, VNK, and Virgo Praz. Thank you so much, and thank you as well, especially tonight, to my players, to Johnny Pittman, to Cat Rambo, to Carlos Hernandez, and to Zach Clay for a really wonderful and memorable session. And thanks to Alligator Rally for sponsoring us. I'll see you all tomorrow, or later today, I guess, Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern for D&D with viewers. Until everyone then, hang in there, and everyone be good to each other. I'll catch y'all soon. Have a good night.
When I was a child, I talked like a child. I thought like a child. I reasoned like a child. When I grew older, I set aside childish ways. Corinthians 13:11. In the distant future, mankind has spread into the stars and found it is not alone. Within the cluster of planets known as the Silrain Heart, many races strive for survival or supremacy. But throughout this array of planets, societies, and cultures, each has one thing in common: the Crucibles. Scattered throughout the galaxy, each moon-sized structure contains a core of raw sorin, a form of mysterious energy used to power ships, cities, and sometimes the warping of the fabric of reality itself. Beings who can do this have been given a name: Espers. The power of God has been granted to God's children. It is a time of terror. It is a time of wonder. It is the time of Esper Genesis.